Starting my day strong with a simple
an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will be free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instinct. Stop listening to others and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, meaning how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start reclaiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
What's up, dudes? How you doing? Welcome to the show. It is the Day Shift. So many cool things to talk about today. I believe we're going to have Kat wander in, as cats do. And it's going to be really good show today. Really good. Welcome 13. We've got some people in the chat today. We got some live mofos. Tiki Tack was the first in chat today. Wrongful Rage was in there as well. Mr. Boulay, the Department of Numismatics, piping up. It's Banjaxed Mate coming in from Aussie land, 3:51 a.m. Well, there was no better music to listen to at 4 a.m. to good sir, and I'm glad that I could help you. John Deadman chucked his hat in the ring. There he is, right there. Kat Katibi, whatever. She'll be up here shortly, I believe. Maybe not. We don't know. You never know what cats are going to do. Banjax Mate, digging that funk. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Is great stuff. Really great. And you know, in the morning, you know, to get yourself going, you need your cup of coffee, and you need some beats, mate. You need the beats. All right, Mr. Boulay, you missed an awesome show. It was a shit talking extravaganza Saturday night, and I'm I'm actually proud of the work we did here. Wrongful Rage coming in with that great $20 donation before I'm even on the stage. My man, everybody like that post. It is, that's amazing. That's good stuff. And words of wisdoms as well. Already Chico's in the house. Silvar Oker's in the house. 13 is obviously here. James Life Talk is in the house. And Mikey Balls made it in. Mikey, we ought to talk today, man. If you're not headed to lunch or somewhere, you know, and can jump on for a little while, we should have a great time today. Ladies and gentlemen, it will be a great show today because we're going to talk Trump. Yes, sir, that's right. I have put it off long enough. We're going to talk Trump. Now, most of you guys will remember pre-election, I said Trump was, the reason to elect Trump, he was going to get it done. And I stood by that. I still stand by that. And he is living up to that. What's up, JS Urban Adventures? I see you out there. Trump has, all of those motherfuckers that were out there saying Trump ain't going to do anything. He's not going to do anything. He can't do anything. Now, I did say I was one of those ones that said you need to be realistic with what he can do. There's a limit to what he can do with EOs. And he is pushing the boundaries. That's right, Artie Chico. All of those guys, all of the leftists running around whining about tariffs. And what did Colombia do the minute Trump said tariffs? They blinked. That's right. They lost. It was a stare down, and they fucking lost. Yes, sir, Artie Chico. That is correct, sir. That is correct. And so we're going to go down kind of a list today of what Trump said he was going to do, which was really nebulous, to be honest, and what he actually did, which has been tremendous. He has literally, in the 1 week, ladies and gentlemen, inaugurated on the 20th. Today is the 27th. 1 week, ladies and gentlemen, 7 days, 7 calendar days. The man has absolutely rocked out with his out. You know what I'm saying? Dude has laid wood to the entire establishment. And now those of us who believed, those of us who were a part from the beginning of Trump train all the way 24/7, now we get to have a little bit of, we get to have a word here, sir. Might we have a word? We must have a word, sir, because you were fucking wrong. And you know you were wrong, and you need to admit you were wrong. So I was going to talk a little bit about Destiny and his nonsense. We might get to that, maybe. That I don't know if you guys are paying attention to it or if you're just kind of just on the outside looking in. Really, really interesting stuff coming out and how that's all lining up. And basically what it shows me, ladies and gentlemen, is don't be a dick. Just going to put that out there. Don't be a dick. Yeah. So right on it. Cracking on. Let's harass Glenn Lawrence here. He might actually be up, so we're going to harass his ass too. We sent him a link along with the double dog dare ya. Let me just type really quick. Double dog dare ya. So we'll get him up there. All you heard is Destiny is a gay rapist. You're not wrong, Ticky Tack. Now, Ticky Tack doesn't need an invite because he has the keys to the kingdom. Also, Michelle as well. Michelle is lurking, pretty sure. Pretty sure Michelle is out there lurking about. So be careful. Just saying. Man, that's good. All right. Yeah. Coomer Gremlins. Time has come. But we'll get to that later. Let's talk Trump. So I was hoping Kat would be up here, but she hasn't. Cats just wander in. They go where they go, whatever. So we'll just go ahead and lead off with this. So Trump has exited us from the WHO. We should have done that long ago. The only reason the WHO even exists is because of American funding. the United States of and by American, ladies and gentlemen, when I say American, I do not mean Central or South America or Canada, which is all part of the Americas. When I say American, I mean the United States of America, because it's the only one that counts, really. I will say specifically South America, Canadian land, or Central America. I will not be ambiguous, except when I say America, I mean the United States. So, ladies and gentlemen, America supported the WHO, and the Paris Accords don't really exist without the U.S., so and we exited those as well. I 100% agree with those moves. Why are we funding all of the world savior programs while other countries, see, there's Michelle right there, while other countries are able to use their tax dollars internally, while my tax dollars and your tax dollars, not yours, bandabout Australian guy, your tax dollars actually mostly stay in your country. My tax dollars go all over the fucking world to help people I don't know, I don't care about, and I don't really want a loan. I don't want to give you a loan. I'm sorry. I don't trust you. I don't know you, sir. And I think that's fair. So I think what Trump's doing is great. Get us out of all of that stuff. Keep our money here, because then we would have the greatest healthcare system known to man. We would be able to subsidize all of these great, wonderful things that other countries seem to have. Every time one of these dumb leftist motherfuckers talk to me about how Germany and the UK and fucking Finland and all these countries have this great social welfare system, well, fuck yeah, they can. Because we pay for all the rest of their shit. Every single one of those countries gets a grant from the United States of America. Please, please, President Trump, my mouth to your ears, sir, please stop it. Stop sending our money, our tax dollars abroad. It should stay here. It's my money. It's my money. It's your money. Everybody listening, all 20 of you that are listening to this, and the people who are listening, that without wanting to or on discreet mode or whatever the fuck it is, private mode, listening in bars, because that's probably where the only place where this show gets seen publicly. Our money needs to stay here, Mr. President. We do not need to send another $500 trillion to the Ukraine, or 500 billion again, whatever it is. Well, however many billions we spent to the Ukraine, we don't need to send any more money to the Ukraine. We don't need to send any more money to Japan. We don't need to send any more money anywhere. Now, if we owe somebody, like we've actually spent money, or we've taken some loans or some letters of credit from China over the years, let's pay those off. See, this is the same kind of conversation I have with people when they start talking to me about, they come to me and they say, excuse me, sir, how did you get rich? I'm like, well, I'm not rich. Let's start with that. Not. But I don't just randomly give people money, first. Second, every dollar I have has to work for me in some way. And yeah. Anyway, guys, Trump understands this. He's probably the first president in 80 years that has actually understood this. And we need to support him in this. We need to support President Trump in this effort because it's our money. Well, hey, it's Kat. Kat, have you turned 21 yet? Can you legally drink?
No, not yet. I'm waiting.
Okay. All right. Kat had me fooled there for a while thinking that she was in her 50s, but she's actually she's a teenager. She's a teenager.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah. 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 Ticky Tack, Ticky Tack's actually got a point. How am I going to grift random people for money? That's right. I tell you up front, if you can't afford it, don't send it in. I don't want it. It's not worth it. You go do something good with your money. Right, Kat? Is that what I always say? I think that's what I always say.
Yep.
But if you can, and you want to, now I'm not saying that churches and I'm not saying that Kat can't send half of her non-existent paycheck to India to help the orphans. I'm not saying that. If you want to do that, fine. I'm saying that taxpayer funds, money that is stolen from me every single year, all of that money that our government takes from us for, in theory, to help run the country, should run the fucking country. And I like it. I like Trump's version of it. And he needs to do more. He's not done yet. He's got to make more shit happen. Who's talking to me? I don't know. Anyway, there will be a debate tonight on the Reverie. The prompt is Ticky Tack will also be on the Reverie debating. We will try and make it not too big we hope to leave some liberals alive, but we may not. All right, so here's the debate prompt, and this is part of what this little discussion is about. Since taking office, it seems Donald Trump has singularly focused on keeping his campaign promise of initiating mass deportations of undocumented citizens. Now, see, that's an incongruency. We can't have that. We'll come back to that. Everybody remembered the term undocumented citizens. Such a thing doesn't fucking exist. This is made obvious by his rhetoric. An executive order attacking birthright citizenship? No, he's clarifying. You have to understand that all of these prompts are written by a leftist who lives in his basement. Actually, no, he lives in his parents' basement. Kat, do you live in your parents' basement?
Nope.
Okay, good. Just wanted to check and make sure. And now military flights physically sending immigrants back. Oh, it's so much wind. So much wind. C-130's coming down the strip, boys. Boys, they're going. Yes. Kat lives in Flow State's basement. Flow State, you don't have a basement. You live in Kansas. Kansas, you guys don't have basements. That's funny, though. Yes, they're physically sending the immigrants back. However, this does not come without pushback, both domestic and foreign. We don't give a shit about foreign pushback, guys. We just don't. A federal judge has blocked his executive order and claimed it was blatantly unconstitutional. Well, that judge is fired. Colombia has, at least initially, rejected military flights full of immigrants right up until we told them we were going to tariff their asses back to the Stone Age, which isn't really far for them. But still, Trump is now threatening a trade war with them. No, he didn't threaten. He fucking straight out said it. This is what's going to fucking happen. Other Latin American countries are also making their displeasure known. Who the fuck cares? Now, you're Cubano. What do your relatives think about all this?
They're very happy about it. They came here legally because they had done all the procedures. It took 7 years. But, you know, you have to pay. You have to do all this stuff. You have to prove you can work and all that stuff. And I think that's how it should be. You shouldn't just come just because you like it. What? What's so funny?
Flow State comes back with basement, crawl space, dog kennel. Same difference. You can't keep a cat in a dog kennel. That just doesn't work. That's wrong. That's funny, though. Kat Katabi is too old to be stressed on panels. She's 146 years old. Well, you know, she could be a vampire. I mean, she is a conspiracy theorist. She could be a vampire. You don't know. You don't know. She remembers when Castro played Junior League Baseball.
Oh, my gosh.
All right. Anyway, Made their displeasure known. Do you think the overall project of mass deportation is worth the cost to the American people? Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Let's keep it going. Costs such as higher grocery prices. They're already fucking high. Even with the damn illegals here. You're not convincing me that the illegals are helping the grocery prices go down. Let alone the human toll. What? What kind of crack is this guy smoking? His boyfriend's my guess, but I don't know. The illegals do not lower grocery prices. We know that, Flo. We already know that. If they're already here, why are my grocery prices so damn high? Do you think Trump was elected with a mandate that he must follow? No. I think he was elected because he's a badass and he's going to do what Trump's going to do. That's what I'm going to say. Or would it be better if America took a more bipartisan, comprehensive approach to immigration reform? Fuck no. Fuck those guys. How do they lower prices, Flo? Flo, you can get the link. Some mod will give you the link. You can come up. You don't want to be. We're not again, Flo. We're not talking about those guys. They haven't deported one of those guys yet. All they've deported really are the really bad guys. You can get this dick. Why are you flirting with Lindsay, Flo? Flirt with her on your show. Bipartisan negotiations are so last year. Yeah, when they didn't happen then. When exactly in Biden's White House did we have bipartisan jack shit? That's what I want to know. All right. That was just an open dick offer to whomever. Open dick. That's a new one. That's a new one. Kat, what are you drinking there? What do you got?
Just coffee.
Just
Cinnamon.
coffee?
Yeah.
Cappuccino, double shot, vanilla.
Oh, you want to know the
milk.
toppings?
Do you steam your own milk, or you like just pour the?
I have a fancy couple $1,000 espresso machine that I got for my birthday, so it's profesh. Okay, this is
what is this? How I feel going to bed every night. This has got to be flow state. This has got to be flow state. There's no. Hey, Michelle. Okay, Flo. Michelle has claimed your dick as community property. I feel like that you're. He bailed.
Oh my gosh.
That's funny. Espresso machine is sort of a weird thing to call the children whose blood you drink. I have a great espresso machine too, and I was letting my wife make the coffee, but she just kind of doesn't do it right, so I have to make the coffee.
Weaponized incompetence. I like it.
Weaponized incompetence. That's funny. That's how American of you. To be honest with you, the espresso machine is worth every dollar we paid for it just so I don't have to go to fucking Starbucks.
Ugh.
Oh, we got TTS coming through, ladies and gentlemen. Assuming we have gentlemen. $9.99. Why is it not? I've got it set to trigger at $9.99. Is it not triggering? All right. I'll revisit that. $9.99 comes in from Wrongful Rage. Out east, illegals mostly work tobacco fields, but west, they mostly work construction. Neither of those are on the grocery list. So wrongful rage, actually, I'm going to side with Flo here a little bit. There is, and I've driven by the migrant training center in like wherever the fuck it is, Kansas, and where they have migrant workers that come in and they train them to pick fruit and lettuce and, you know, whatever. And it's from California all the way to about Missouri, right? Like that's that kind of that section of the country. But those are not the illegals that they're deporting, right? They're deporting like all of these people who have been in jail multiple times. They're deporting the Haitian drug dealers. Hopefully they're gonna make Minnesota great again. $10 from Flow State.
Flow State donated $10, super chat. All contribute to lower cost of living. And cigs are on my grocery list.
Cigs are on his grocery list. Thank you, Flow State. Thank you, sir. Yeah, no, Flo, I get it, bro. I understand the reasoning. I just don't believe that what you're saying happens. Because we're not deporting those fuckers. There's no people picking lettuce in downtown LA. I'm just telling you that right now. Or downtown Austin. They're not riding the range in fucking downtown Austin. They're not, you know, I've yet to see a cabbage farm in New York City. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't cabbages in New York City. I'm just saying there's not farm-raised cabbages in New York City. By cabbages, I meant not so smart people. Flo, thank you very, very much for that TTS. It was baller. It was. I'm not gonna lie. That was pretty fucking baller. Roof shingles are urban. Anson Knowles in the house. Anson, how come you're not already up on stage simping for Cat? Flo is a farm-raised cabbage. That's actually funny. Lindsey Smith, that might be the funniest thing you've ever said. Don Parker, in Wisconsin, we do have a bunch of migrant workers working at the dairy farms. Absolutely, they do. And I've not seen or heard of any ICE raids around here yet. They're mostly in larger inner cities. Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're not imperious. Simperious. It's simp-erious. There's a in there. Because there's in imperious. All right, so moving on. Yeah, look, I think everything Trump's done has been just awesome. I ain't gay, but I think I'll fuck Daniel Zahn to prove a point if I have to. Look, man, I'm telling you, Flow State, you understand, you suck the one dick, you're gay. Like, there's no coming back from that, bro. All it takes is one. There we go. There we go. No coming back from that. What's up, Daniel Zahn? Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Man, what? So Kat, were you awake long enough to watch the great shit-talking extravaganza Saturday?
Nope. What happened?
You should go back and watch it. It's awesome.
Okay, what happened?
We talked shit for like 4 hours straight.
Isn't that what
literally nothing but talking
all
shit.
do?
Huh?
Isn't that what
Andrew
we all
was
do?
on. He talked shit.
Okay.
Everybody talked shit. It was me. It was mostly me and Wicked Wally and a couple other guys. And we started out kind of talking shit about some of the debate prompts and things like that. And wait, hold on. Flo's getting descriptive in my chat. There might be a TOS violation in here somewhere. I said I'll make him bite his pillow. Wow. Pillar biters unite, I guess. I don't know. That's. I'm not being naughty. I'm the voice of reason. But yeah, it was. Anson Knowles is actually at work, so all he can do is snipe from the chat today, which is fine. All right, but yeah, so we had some ladies up on the chat, which was cool, and I broke my rule. I normally only have like somewhere between 2 and 4 people at any given time up on the panel, but we had almost a full panel, and right, Flo, I don't get the pillow biter thing. I don't get it. You feel like you came in at a bad time. Now, I'm just making fun of Flow State. Just making fun of Flow State. Lindsay tends to bite my 6-pack abs. And Simperi is simping for Lindsay again. Anson Knowles claps back. Chicks are always coming at a bad time.
God.
That's a clap back right there. That's the chat's gone full degen. It's out of control. It's out of control, guys. It's out of control. Mods, what is going on in here? Somebody get this back on. Somebody put a ball gag on Flo or something. I don't know. Michelle, get in there. Do some work. Anyway. Yeah, it was a trash talk extravaganza or shit talk. It was more like shit talk. We just talked shit all night. It was great. It was fun. There was a guy who for some stupid ass reason, he was over, I think, on Josie's channel, and I was talking about how you missed out that you missed out on Friday, I think it was. I had this dude over on CT's channel call me out, wanted to see my airplane. So I literally walked in the fucking garage and cammed up and did the airplane. And I called him all kinds of different things. And so we're kind of roasting that guy a little bit on the show, even though he wasn't here. And I made the comment about, I'm just not one of those people that you really want to call out on something I've said like that, because if I say it, I have it. If I said I've done it. Another super chat coming through. Another $9.99. I got to get that fixed. $9.99 from Wrongful Rage. Did someone say let the freak flag fly? Because damn, I got all Coomer in here. It got all Coomer in here. Yeah, no, it did. Flo came in and so we were like, the show was just kind of cruising along, and Flo came in, and all of a sudden we've got Michelle talking about collaring Flo, which is very weird. But Michelle, sure. Get it, Flo. This is we've crossed a boundary here. And anyway, I just made the comment that I'm not one of those people that you call out very often, because I will prove it, right? And this guy came in and he's like, I'll debate you. And I'm like, well, this is the Continental. No business gets done here. Pick a channel, we'll go debate there. And and he would, and so he's like, no, and he kept running his mouth. I'm like, okay, you can come up, give him the link. So literally the mods were hand spoon feeding this jackass the link. They had him in Discord, and he kept saying, you've got me blocked, I can't come up. And I'm like, nobody's blocked you. We don't block anybody. Well, although Furby did get timed out. The Furby got timed out hardcore. She got that little butt muncher got too close to TOS in the chat, and I actually I was like, hey, don't do that. And the response was negative to what I wanted. And so I'm like, fuck it, mods, do what you do. And yeah, massive amounts of timeout time. She'll probably come back next week. You know, probably was the next time she can that dude can come on. But anyway, it was well, so here's the thing about this glare. Transformers have issues mentally and otherwise. Who's substate? Is that flow state?
Hell yeah, it is.
What's up, buddy?
What up?
Not much, man. We're just making fun of people. Your Furby buddy had a damn near hit TOS the other night. I had to time out the Furby.
Over here?
Yeah.
What are you doing letting that thing up here anyways?
It wasn't on stage. It was in the chat, and it was like talking shit. I think about what I'd have to go back and look at what exactly was going on, because I was really engaged with the people in the program, and all of a sudden the Furby was like raging in the chat, and I look over and it's and so I know what happened. Anson Knowles triggered the fuck out of the Furby by taking its little Furby ass avatar and using it for his avatar.
Oh, good to know. Good to know.
And Furby lost its shit. And it said something about about like skinning people or something like that. It was like some real like Hannibal Lecter shit. And I'm like, whoa. We're getting close to TOS here in the chat. Contrary to popular belief, YouTube does monitor the chat. That's why I have fucking mods in there. So dial it down. And the instead of dialing it down, fucking flow. Yeah, it was IP theft. The Furby accused us of IP theft because it's now the Furby. And it made some things that were like just slapped right up against TTS. We got TTS coming. Oh no TTS. Dang it. I'll have to read this in a second, Daniel. I don't know why it's not doing the $9.99 thing. Yeah, I got it. $9.99 comes in from Daniel Zahn. I bought one of those 2 houses I told you about, $240K. I already resold it for $400K. Good deal, man. $130K profit. I got a Stratford, Connecticut 2-family coming 21 days waiting for POA resales. All right, dude, hit me up on that. We've been buying the shit out of houses in Columbus, Ohio, and Delaware, Ohio, and so that's a real thing. Thanks, Daniel Zahn. You just DM me again. But yeah, so yeah, that's right. It basically accused Anson of being Buffalo Bill in a very non-TOS way. And so I said, don't do that. This is my channel. Don't fuck with it. You're welcome. You can say whatever you want in the chat. Just do not fuck with TOS. Like TOS, we get it might literally, the bot literally just right there it is. It's like the whole thing about the rules we live by, right? It'll get you mocked by a chat. Violating TOS, even a little wee bit, we'll get you a timeout. Do it again, you get the ban hammer. It says that every 30 minutes. And the Furby was like, fuck you guys. And it said something. It started going, and I was really afraid that it was going to do something like really bad, and so I was like, "Yeah, all right, you got to get timed out." So you
can't trust anything that wants to curate corn for kids.
that's probably where it was going to go next, right? So I had them time. I had them, and you know, and I again didn't ban the Furby because we don't ban people here, but the Furby got timed out hardcore. It will get banned if it comes in and does that shit again. I don't care how mentally imbalanced that fucker is. You don't endanger my fun and look. I'm here to have fun. I enjoy laughing. I don't need some drug addict, you know, addled brain, you know, depressed ass motherfucker in here acting all, you know, helter fucking skelter.
Pat and I are both like, oh shit, he knows we're on drugs.
Oh, Cat's on like 40,000 different hormones to balance her out.
Ooh, I'm on.
God
What is
damn it.
this? Do you see this?
No.
Nicotine patches.
Gay. Can you roll it up and smoke it?
No. It's supposed to be good for you, so we're gonna see.
Yeah.
We're gonna try it out.
I just have to say, unless the Furby can go to an actual clinical psychologist and come out with a clean bill of health, I have to assume that it is mentally ill.
Ooh, I did that.
You came
What?
out with a clean bill of health?
Hell yeah. I had at sentencing, I had to get a complete psych evaluation as part of the court order, and I passed.
But they said you had like narcissistic tendencies,
ADHD.
ADHD. Okay,
That's all.
there had to be something else. I mean, look.
Nope.
No, I'm just saying you weren't clean. You were just not. You didn't hit the panic button.
Clean enough.
Cleaning up. That's also how Flo rates his women. Cleaning up.
Oh my gosh. No.
Yeah. Kat, do you need to leave? You've been making the motion a lot. Are you just dancing, or are you saying you have to go?
It's
Yeah,
just like that.
I have like, you know, I get bored. I need to move around.
Okay, all right. That's fine. That's cool. I was just like, if you need to go, just tell me you need to go.
Oh no, I will.
To the bathroom.
No, she's got to go pick her kids up, or kid up. Although I guess her husband technically is probably a kid. I don't know. She treats him like one.
Wow.
Yeah. Have you had his T levels checked?
I want to, because I would like a little more, you know what I mean? Like a little.
I know that. I think that's
Where's
why
it
you're
up?
all antsy. You
That's
should
why-
be like this.
why I came up here.
Literally, you should be like this. Fuck, I'm tired. Leave me alone. But you're not, and you're always like, you got way too much energy for him to be
I know.
doing the job.
It's a problem.
You're not cranky enough.
I am cranky. Don't lie.
Well, hold on, wait. Silver Ogre, he was told to get a psychological evaluation and went to the proctologist for a clean bill of health.
My PO accepted it, so that works.
No denial forthcoming. That's awesome. What a great stream already today. We're only like half an hour in. This is fucking awesome. All right. So flow state. What have you been up to? I hadn't really talked to you much.
We talk like every damn day, Grid.
You say hi and then you fucking go away, which is perfect. Don't get me wrong. That's more or less how I normally want things to go.
Yeah, I'm every relationship you wish you had.
See ya.
No, same shit. Streamed like all night last night, basically. About to run some errands. Just got up a little bit ago. About to run some errands. Got a debate tonight as well.
Oh, you got a debate? Who you debating?
Ben Thorpe.
Oh, I heard. What's the subject? I tried to stay.
Revenge corn.
Oh, you're gonna go down the Destiny road.
Well, he thinks that there should be no laws against it, and I'm okay with laws against it. Most not gonna lie, a big part of it is self-serving because I don't give a fuck about getting high fives from my bros, but I do like getting shit in my inbox. So
Coomer's gonna coom, boy. Hey, Thorpe TV is in the house. You know what? You can give Thorpe TV the link. I know. Apparently, we're doing DGen Monday today. That's okay.
damn it, he just heard me admit to my self-serving angle.
Yeah, he's gonna use that against you for sure.
I'll deny it.
This isn't actually Flo. This is an avatar Flo that is. You can't prove it's Flo.
My name is Raging Patriot.
Hey, are you going to DebateCon?
Don't think so. Are you?
Yeah, I'm going to DebateCon. Well, I happened to be in town that weekend. It was so convenient because normally I'd be like, no, fuck no, I ain't going. I'm not going to go do that. But I have to be in town that weekend anyway in New York, or New Jersey. So I was like, fuck it.
It's not for sure out of the picture, but it's not
looking good. Yeah. It's expensive as fuck. I was actually shocked at how expensive the tickets were. I didn't actually know until the Thorpes looked it up last night. And they were like,
a couple $100 or something. That ain't bad.
Yeah, I think it's like I forget what they said. They'll remind us when they come up. So, Kat, how have you been? You've been streaming. Are you monetized yet?
No.
Fucking seriously? I carried as much water for you as I possibly could. How the hell?
I'm not as interesting as you'd think, I guess.
Oh, this is fucking mint.
You need to make a playlist with some of your longer streams and ask people to just loop them on their devices when
they're not doing anything else.
When they're not using them, right?
I mean, I try, but no one wants to do that. And I make some killer music. I just want to add that. I make the best music.
You didn't make any good music for me. That's all I'm going to say.
Do you want a song? I will make you a song.
See what you get. You know, I'm always using new intro music. So
okay, like what do you want the song about?
We'll talk later.
Okay.
I got to share this. I was just sent this. I can't even begin to tell you how happy this fucking makes me.
Oh God.
I can't even tell you how fucking and you know who did it? What's the fucking lawyer? $2 from Imperial Grid. Show the chat what I sent to you on Discord. I am right now. It is mint. That is mint. Mel, Troon, Alphabet Mafia. The Furby is wanted. You guys may all steal that. I will send it to whoever wants it. I don't care what Imperial says. This is too good to not be everywhere. I'm just saying. And I don't have anything specifically against the Furby, but the Furby's got to stop with the kids and corn stuff.
And with the disingenuous arguments.
It is. Hey, we've got
doing?
people on the show. How about
Flo? I think you're. This is what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid that you and I are going to agree here, and then we won't have a debate. You're trying to protect yourself as a coomer? Wouldn't you be taking the opposite point of view?
You're trying to take away my coomerness.
Wait. But revenge porn laws are anti-coomer.
Yeah.
I don't revenge porn. I don't spread shit.
Oh, okay.
I have a self-interest in women feeling comfortable.
Okay,
I couldn't. Could I possibly have phrased that any creepier?
No, but I'm saying,
whoa. I'm the only one that cares about this, but since this is the political nature of my show, it has been confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt that Ilhan Omar did in fact marry her brother to stay in the United States of America.
Her literal.
That's our Ilhan Omar, an elected official, a congressperson. It has been 100% verified and confirmed that she married her brother to stay in the United States. That's wrong. Arrest that sad ass politician.
You can't marry your brother in the United States.
Well, bye, Cat. Yeah, she didn't actually claim. She has been claiming this whole time that it was not her brother. However, the research has been done. The boxes have been checked, and she did in fact marry her brother.
Oh, I would think that would be
Fonzarelli says we all knew it, but
they don't have the same last name or something.
Yeah, they did some weirdness when they came into the country.
Oh, and you were saying it's a green card thing, not an incest thing.
It's yeah. It's a green card taking of everything. yeah, that's it. She married her brother and said she would do what she had to do to get him papers to keep him in the U.S.
Oh, so she married him so that he could stay in the U.S.
or vice versa. I don't know. I'm just reading what's written here.
She's Somalian, right?
I'm sorry?
She's Somali?
I believe so. Syrian or Somali.
Somalis are like the world champions of like scams.
And piracy.
Absolutely notorious. Because I've known Somalis. And they'll do anything. Paperwork.
Well, their idea of law is somewhat fluid. It's actually more fluid than Flo's idea of laws.
Yeah, it's a stateless. It's like one of the few like actual like governmentless states. It's all run by chieftains, so it's like
I was born in the wrong country.
I was born in the wrong country.
Now, that's actually a good segue to what we're talking about with Flo, because I believe that Destiny's world is similar to Somalia in the sense like there's no rules, and the rules, but there evolves like a kind of way in which Destiny is at the top in this very informal kind of mafia that involves everyone underneath him. And I think all of them are participating in something that's crazy. So I don't think Destiny is anything other than a product of, you know what I mean? Like it's like
consumerism.
It's wrong, but like the whole thing is wrong because social norms are not accepted. Like normally in society, a man can't say, I'm married to this woman, but she can have sex with any man she wants, and I can too. Like normally society goes like, dude, you're out. That's just no go. Right, whether it's legal or not, it's just like it's self-policing because then you're.
Oh, hold on, Flo. Is there something weird going on with you, Flo?
Is there something weird going on?
You're two people now.
Yeah, there we go. It finally dropped. It was like, what the hell?
I walked out of my router range and into Wi-Fi.
Yeah, your mic is like ridiculously loud now. What the hell? Are you like yelling at yourself?
All right, let's get Flow State.
An interesting. Hold on, guys. One thing. So interestingly enough, I don't drop links here. The only way you come on here is that the mods know who you are, verify who you are, and then they give you a link. There's no. And if someone passes you a link, I just don't let you up, and I stop letting them up. So it's just the way. It's just the way we run the thing here for the most part.
Panels can dissipate so quickly. It just becomes a free for all.
I just originally today is normally usually I talk about politics and whatnot during the day, but we can definitely talk about the morality or immorality of the Destiny sphere.
Yeah. I prefer to talk about it like abstractly, like the revenge laws, because you get into Destiny himself, like it just gets very. I don't care that much. Who cares about Pixie or some? They're all silly people. But I do think that there is a. I think at the core of it. So revenge porn laws is similar to the domestic violence thing with that I had with Glenn, and so I think it'd be better to go there. But Flo, I'd like to get to a point because I think you have a much better debate if you can at least understand like the basics. And revenge porn laws came out of the experience of mostly like middle class families who saw like girls getting hurt because their porn or their boyfriend spread stuff about them, and some of them killed themselves, all of them claimed to be victims, etc. And I think the question here, so those are laws, okay, but they weren't laws before, and we know that images have been around, like the ability to take pictures and videos has been around for a long time. And the question is, I think, what is the appropriate penalty, or like with the Pixie issue, she consented to the video being taken. Now, prior to these laws, if you consent to the video being taken, then the person who took the video can now do with it what he likes because it's like his work, I guess you could say, right? And so I would ask the question, when a girl says yes to that, which I think is incredibly stupid, right? We'd all agree that's stupid to say, like, yeah, go ahead.
No, it wouldn't.
But if you say it's a different thing, and there's like a kind of semi-allegation that he recorded without her consent, but those laws are already on the books. You can't record someone having sex. You can't even record someone taking a piss in your bathroom. That's just criminal activity. But the thing about if you consent to it, what are you doing when you say, yeah, go ahead, roll tape? Isn't it an act of trust? And if you made the wrong call, isn't that on you?
So I don't actually really care too much about whether or not Pixie's videos were leaked without her consent, although I guess that's obviously breaking law right out of the gate. But just say that that he had told her. Let's just grant this, right? Let start out with, she told him it was okay to film her, but it was to remain private, right? So that becomes a verbal contract. And in the state of Florida, a verbal contract is upheld just like a written contract. And if he then sends that to somebody else, he's violated the contract. Now, she has no way of knowing that until it goes public. Now, once it goes public, then it's too far along for Destiny legally to do anything about it. Morally, I mean, I think that's, obviously, I think there's a lot of problems with it. You're breaking the trust of somebody and all that kind of thing. Right. But legally, Destiny has literally no foot to stand on. He did wrong. He knew he did wrong when he did it.
Legally?
Oh, I think, legally, I think.
No. So actually, like, she can't. The reason she's doing it in federal court because there's only one law. So revenge porn, usually you have.
She can't get him for revenge porn. She can't get him for revenge porn.
Right, and all the state statutes are revenge porn, and they include the necessity of proving malice. And I think in the Destiny case, he did not do it maliciously. But you could say he did.
Well, it's very hard to prove malicious.
Yeah, you get into like proving what someone's motivations were. But the federal statute, which is interesting because it was tacked onto the Violence Against Women's Act, which is filled with laws that are horrendous. Okay, and it's a Joe Biden. Biden was the big vow.
All right. So one thing, Ben. So before I get into this, I got to Imperious. There's no way in hell I'm putting you and the Thorpes up at the same time. It's just not. It's
He
just not
just
going
always does the same routine. He tells me various gay BDSM things that he's going to do.
Sure. I understand he wants to discuss the law, and generally he behaves himself on my show, but he's been very spicy lately, and I don't trust the chemistry there enough to put him up. So Speakeasy says Grace sent ass pics to someone online, and then her and Ben cried when it was leaked, but now they're defending a full out sex tape.
I didn't cry when it was leaked. I knew it was going to get leaked. That was why was it just me in my underwear?
It was a panty pic. I didn't have anything to do with it.
I sent it as a joke, and I knew it was going to get leaked.
I don't know. So I'm not up on revenge porn laws. I'm talking about just
That's
simply
terrible. Where are they at?
in flow state.
Well, I mean, I have also engaged in flirting with females in which I send them intimate pictures, which they have then leaked. Sure. I see that as a personal betrayal, but like that's the game, right? That's the risk you take.
Yeah.
And so I don't see where the law comes in. In other words, like I have no problem with Pixie.
I guess where it kind of comes into play for me, and I could be wrong about this, but the way it kind of breaks down for me is if you're going to be a public figure, right, and where your actual likeness earns you money, right?
Yeah.
And so if somebody, and this is where you start getting into copyright laws and all of that kind of thing. Pixie is an entertainer, whether you consider her I mean, I don't consider her an entertainer. I think she's just ditzy and really stupid. But I don't know. I think there's a couple of legal arguments that can be made there in the state of Florida. I think bouncing it up to federal, honestly, is more because of the federal. It's easier to get all of the other cases in. It's easier to get Charity or whatever the fuck her name is. It's easier to get the rest of the I think there's 4 individuals now. And I haven't talked about this Destiny thing because honestly, it's beneath the scope of what I normally focus on. But since you guys are going to be arguing, since you guys are going to be debating it, yeah. So since you guys are going to be debating this kind of thing, I think that I just think that I would just talk more about what kind of idiot you have to be if you're a public figure and you do that in the beginning, right? As you said, you knew that your panty shot was going to get leaked, right, Grace? Right. You knew
I didn't know, but I was like, if it gets leaked, I'm not upset.
Yeah, right. I mean, you like 90%. You know it's going to get leaked, right? Yeah, like you just might as well. The minute you do it, you have to, you have to assume that,
right?
You get into a lot of different things where the internet, as somebody just pointed out, it's interstate, so it's almost always going to be federal no matter what. It's not going to be just a local thing.
Here's the problem. I would say this, like, in Grace's case, women can use these scandals. It's happened a number of times to actually market themselves.
Oh yeah.
Right. So, this tape leaked, but it happens to make me very appealing sexually. So Paris Hilton, Kardashian, Pamela Anderson.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like there can be a strategy because that way you get to play the like virgin victim, but also you've got all the guys going like, yeah. Right?
And the other interesting thing here is that, I mean, come on, let's just be honest here. There's no reason for Pixie to even have a show without Destiny.
Yeah, I don't think she's very talented. I mean,
no, she's not talented at all. Like her watching her on whatever, which is not a scripted show, but which is as close to a scripted show as you can get, is painful. Watching her answers, and she could have prepped for that. She could literally I know what I'm going to say for this. I know what I'm going to.
Oh, you mean scripted in the sense it's always the same kind of questions?
Yeah, it's always the same kind of questions. She could have prepped for that. Yeah. It was all of her answers are horrible. The times that she's been like kind of kind of where I've seen her on interviews and that sort of thing with various people, it is absolutely her. I mean, she's just horrible. The only reason she even has a channel is because Destiny supported her and gave it to her, and this is a pay for play, right? And the way she paid,
that's what my point
was
is.
with ass, right? I mean, let's just be honest about it. And the
Well,
same thing for
helped.
most of those people, right? The same thing for all of those female orbiters, right? It was not even a joke. I originally thought it was a joke, and then I started kind of paying attention that all of the female orbiters in Destiny Sphere were just there to get her show. Stand by, I got TTS going.
Wrongful Rage donated $20 super chat. Revenge corn is a federal, once shared, public, and cause of damages can be assessed. The more public the figure, the harder to prove malice. Lack of consent tends toward malice, as someone without it would ask for.
It only reads so far. Tends towards malice, as someone without it would ask for consent. Yeah, I agree with the wrongful rage, but again, this is the legal issues are literally irrelevant to me, right? Like,
well, here's the question. I think in our system,
it's an expectation, right? I'm sorry, I want to finish the thought.
Yeah,
and then you can go. It's the expectation of, if you are going to do pay for play, and you're paying with your ass.
Mm-hmm.
Should you really be surprised when that person profits from it in some way? Right? Like, and by profit, I mean just sending it to somebody else who then, is like, oh, hey man, thanks for that, like spicy sex tape. Here, let me throw you a contract or something of that nature. Would you, I don't think you should be surprised at that. I think that if you're going to engage in that sort of marketing, then all bets are off the table. Unless you have a signed contract like a porn star or something.
Right. Yeah. So you're saying, in a sense, it's a deal. It's part of a system, and that's part of the system is that you don't
control currency it. You're using.
And you take the risk, and the disincentive to do it is that it could get leaked. So don't do it.
Yeah.
But so then why? But now
just own being immoral and condemned to hell, and just own that and move forward with your life and don't bitch.
Well, but what I'm saying the laws do is they create an incentive to do it, because you can do it and now you make $1 million. So it's yet another way in which, and let's be honest, this is mostly women. I've had my dick pic leaked. Like, what guy is I'm gonna stand in front of a judge and say, like, I want 150 grand. It's like,
you should get that bag.
It's women who play this game. And here's yet another way in which women are not held accountable for their free adult actions. And I just think it goes back to, like, let's say back in the day before there's the internet. Okay. Mm-hmm. I have sex with a guy, right? He's the captain of the football team. Okay. And then he goes and tells all his buddies, like, I fucked that whore. She's a whore. Okay. Mm-hmm. Same thing could ruin her reputation. But, like, I have a right to say that. It's true. And what's the difference having a picture of it or a video of it or saying that? She could kill herself. I might be an asshole because, like,
I think it's the pure idea. I get that, but you're ignoring the purient interest part of it, which is where we start defining what is just guy talk versus actual, like, sex play and all of that. Right?
Prurient meaning like the people hearing about it.
Yeah. Or watching it. Or watching it. Yeah.
Curiosity.
Or watching it.
But okay, but the guy could detail it. He could say, like, I fucked her this way, I turned her around.
Right. And then again, you keep going into that. The further you go down the purient interest road, the more it starts leaning her way towards harm. Right. Give me 1 second and I'll let me read this. Ride says, I don't think it was a pay-for-play thing with Pixie. She was really young and immature. She's still immature. I'm sorry. She just is. It was just
looked like, honestly, she should be in a group home. When I've seen her, it's like, how is this person making any decisions? She just seems like
I'm not gonna go that far with it, but
but
$2 comes in. $2 comes in from Anson Knowles. It's the mouth breathing blonde chick pregnant.
There have
He's
been
from Alabama. That's very polite for him.
But what I'm saying is, men and women, right? They trust each other in various ways. They do a lot of stupid things together. Mm-hmm. We generally allow that to play itself out since it's voluntary. When it's not voluntary, okay, sure, like the state can come in. Since it's voluntary, it's kind of like we want women and men to learn their lessons, and hopefully they develop from this like kind of 7th grader or whatever 9th grader type playing, right? Conquest, like a guy who sits there and says, like, I fuck this bitch, this bitch, this bitch, aren't I a cool guy, right? Usually you want to say like a gentleman doesn't do that, right? Like, have some decency. These are human beings. But if he doesn't, he doesn't, right? And if he wants to use that to be a cool guy, like that's on those girls. And like they suffer humiliation.
The problem is the equivalency here of just being a cool guy and telling a couple of your friends versus all right, this is where it crosses over. You handing a picture of you in the act with that girl with your friends, and you hand that off to somebody and they make copies and they hand it off to 20 people. And now that changes it from just,
okay,
you're making yourself a legend and you're disseminating material.
Okay, but you could do that on Facebook, like verbally. You can say, I had sex with this woman on this day. You don't need pictures. I don't see where the picture makes that much of a difference.
Well, the picture makes all the difference. That's the difference between just reading an art, a spicy book and pornography.
I agree that I agree. If you want to say pornography should be illegal, fine. But if pornography is not, it is actually illegal.
But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about for lack of a better term, an amateur pornographic film that is being distributed without someone's consent. It's not you and I talking about how great some woman is in bed, or how I when I was a younger man I banged three chicks in a week. We're not talking about that. What we're talking about is actual film that is disseminated on the internet. For some reason, the internet makes it worse, and I believe that and I don't understand. I mean, I understand it. I can't express the reasons that's different.
Magnifies the audience.
Yeah, it's a magnification and the ability to instantly share and all that kind of thing. Versus a stack. I mean, and we do have legal history of men being prosecuted for showing stag films back in the 50s of women who did not consent to being those films being played, but did consent to them being made. Imperious, I tell you what, bro, I will let you up if you're going to keep it legal, no insults.
It's fine if he insults me, but it's always the same.
The minute you start down the real, the minute you get too spicy, you're gone proud. Flo, are you alive?
Yeah, Flo? I just finished eating Taco Bell.
Fucking asshole.
So I'm telling you, these cheesy dipper burritos are awesome.
It's like your third one this week, I think.
I love Taco Bell.
It's my fourth.
I don't count your calories, bro. I'm just saying.
You got pretty close.
Yeah.
I think I talked to you last time I had some too.
I know. That's why, and you had said, well, all right. So you said you had them the other day, and then you had one the last time you were on, and then you had one today. So I can do math, simple math anyway, that's 3. I didn't have information for the 4th. Mr. Boulay, yes, you may give Simperius the link. Let him come up, but finger on the trigger, guys. Finger on the trigger.
Anyway, it's a chicken burrito.
In chat. The problem with the tall guy dick pic is
brutal.
Proportionally, right? You kind of don't benefit, right? So
stop it, Ben.
Mine are all flaccid, so it's kind of keeps the mystery a little bit.
Stop it.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, but here's the problem. This absolutely has to be the case.
Who
These
sends Lynn
laws
dick
are
pics?
feminism in action. So if you guys are opposed to, and it's like extremely aggressive feminism in action, destroy, like it's really just anti-male. And you can't defend them without saying, like, I agree with anti-male feminism, dominance feminism, the most extreme form of feminism, the type of feminism that says, like, a penis which enters a vagina is a form of sexual assault, even in marriage, so that women should not allow to betray the female female by allowing a penis inside of you, right? That's the level. That's exactly where these laws come from. So if you say I'm in favor of these laws, you have to in some way say I'm in favor of that kind of like ethos in our society.
Maybe you should stop attacking people with your penis, Ben.
Yeah, right.
It's
like it's like a castration culture. It's like so crazy.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Okay, there's multiple issues here that you guys aren't really identifying.
All right.
First of all, is there any other case where property interest is relinquished and still retained?
Software.
You mean intellectual property?
No, your proprietary interest is when your proprietary interest is given away, you no longer control it. That's why Java, that's why Flash were open source.
What about a movie? What about a movie?
A movie, number one, a movie
but you can't.
A movie, a person has not. A person, for example, a production company has not sold or given away their proprietary interest. Right. They've distributed it. They have not given away their proprietary interest. When you have sent a picture to another person, that is now their proprietary interest. That picture is now in their possession. They have physical and actual control over that document or image.
Right.
And why is it that once you've given that image, it's somehow you somehow retain ownership and proprietary interest over it?
Right.
It isn't like the person's making money off of it, so you have no monetary interest in it.
Right.
This is the issue. What it really is saying, just like the Duluth model, is that inherently the female body is somehow more valuable than the male's. It's literally a violation of the 14th Amendment.
Well, the female body is a little bit more private than a male's body.
No, but the law doesn't specify male and female. It's just de facto.
Yeah.
Well, no, equal protection under the law. That's not equal protection.
Well, but I mean, a male can file these same charges.
Right.
It's never been filed federally for a male.
Yeah.
You literally have an as applied challenge, because you literally are seeing that the state is only applying this to females. Now, let's say what if you had a right to not serve if you're a business owner, but they only enforce that against one race? Would that be okay?
Well, but
right, no, but I think you can challenge the actual law itself.
No, it's not facially. No, you can't facially. No, it's not facial. See, when you challenge it facially, it has to mean that in no reasonable circumstance, in no legal circumstance, could that law pass any muster. It can in some circumstance. So you have to challenge it in an as applied challenge.
Yeah, you're saying like the way that they would get the civil rights demonstrators for jaywalking when no one else was, right? That was a way to
those are as applied challenges. Yeah,
exactly. You're not equally applying the law. But I think
it was the same thing like the guy who was arrested last year in New York, where he was praying outside of a trans thing, and he was literally just standing there praying out of his Bible. They arrested him for disorderly conduct. And he challenged it on an as applied challenge. So, because in some circumstances you can, because in some in the law of public intoxication, or the law of disturbing the peace, or the law of disorderly conduct is a valid law, but as applied to that specific situation, it is unconstitutional because he was exercising his First Amendment right.
Well, but I'm saying intrinsically, I agree with you. The property thing. It used to be seen as like, well, Paris Hilton's boyfriend videotaped her. I've seen it. It's terrific video. She did a great job. And like that's his property. Before those laws didn't exist in the Paris Hilton case. So when
it didn't exist in the Pam Anderson thing with Tommy.
Right.
With that was the original one.
Stand by 1 second. Stand by 1 second. Wrongful Rage 9.99. Ben gonna make a brand called Limp Dixit. His new song coming soon. Dirty Rotten Dixit. Wrongful Rage. That's actually clever. That's clever. I like that. I don't know why it's not triggering.
You like it because it's got $10 attached to it. It's all right.
Hey, man.
I really think that joke is funny, actually.
That was good.
But why? What I'm saying is like there is a natural reason. I said with Grace, she's engaged in fooling around with guys. I didn't know about it. I'm not. But and she trusted those guys. And that saying like doing something online, we all know like you take a risk. And if you want to take that risk, you may end up like on the wrong side of it. That's true of intimate relationships generally. And women who make a mistake in making that calculation should learn from that. And that's it.
Yeah, I agree with Ben here. I hate to do this, but I do agree with Ben here in that this is just another way of alleviating women of personal responsibility in our society.
Yeah,
that's what it is. It's saying that men, it's deeper than that. It's deeper than that.
Since you're like really not participating, would you mind dropping down for a little while? I'm gonna bring somebody else up.
Nope, you're good.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
It sounds like it's going to be an easy debate.
Yeah.
He just sits there.
He's going
to. I think he wants to know. I think he's just listening to you give out your whole case. Can we get things that don't make sense up, mods? Get that fellow up. Moderators.
Like, holy.
Do we have any moderators?
He's not going to get a motion he's not going to get a summary judgment motion. That's not going to
Well, then we can have two lawyers up here at the same time. Because the more lawyers you have, obviously, the bigger your dick is. So I got to have more lawyers. Grace, I didn't actually know that you were dating men until Ben just said that. That's
I don't know.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
No, you know
it's
what's
not
funny?
dating and it wasn't a man.
Yeah, it was asexual. But listen, I have had some recent success in making some overtures toward Nick Fuentes on
She's
Twitter.
trying to get with Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
Didn't he suck Destiny's dick?
No, that's a rumor. I will defend my
I thought
man.
there was video of that.
Now, Andrew Wilson.
He was sucking somebody's dick, but it was a rando off Grindr.
Andrew Wilson told Grace, but when Destiny began to show her attention, exactly how the whole system works. And he was kind of cynical about it, but he's like, yeah, you got to go have sex with Destiny, then you'll get clout and blah, 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 blah.
And he was not wrong.
But is that any different than anything like the casting couch? You knew that from the beginning. I could spot that away from anywhere.
Yeah.
That's how it is in every opportunity, whether it be on his show.
If Grace had done that and then her whatever is exposed, I think that's on her. Not on
yeah, of course. Well, it depends. Was there coercion? Was there? I mean, did he take the image? Did he take the image, the possession of the images? Did he take it from her phone, from her email? Like, there's a lot of info you have to like. Did he just specifically go, "Oh, I had this on my phone accidentally, and somebody saw it"? Like, there's a lot of different like fact patterns you have to hear. You'd have to see the entire case first. You have to see the charging. Like, I haven't even seen the charging document. Has he actually been formally charged yet?
No, I don't.
She said, so then let's wait. Let's wait for the formal charges.
Yeah. So
the law itself is.
I haven't actually been following this, but the last thing I heard was that she had asked for. She told Destiny that for $1 million that she would go away.
No, I didn't say she would go away.
Yeah, but that's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you could. There's all kinds of rich people who say, "Here, I'll give you $1 million. Shut up and get out of my life." Like, that's not illegal. That's not. That's the same issue that. That's the same issue they're trying to get Trump on.
He can offer $1 million, but she can't ask for $1 million. That's extortion.
Right. Yeah. So,
well, no, it depends. It depends. It says extortion would be if you don't give me $1 million, I'm going to therefore harm you. And if she says, Destiny, would you please give me $1 million? This has really hurt me and caused me all kinds of stuff.
That's, I think, what she did. I don't know the particulars, but nobody's charged her, so she probably rode the lightning on that one. Things that don't make sense.
Said like, oh, I was pushed out of my, sorry, go ahead.
Calm down. Things that don't make sense. If you don't use Discord, what we can do is Mike can post the link in the main chat and then delete it. But you have to be ready to click it because we're not going to leave it up, and it's only for you. So anyway.
Wait. On this extortion thing. Okay, she literally said to Kyla, who was the middleman here, right? She said, I'm planning to kill myself and leave a note blaming Steven. But I'm waiting to hear his offer of money before I do that. That
hearsay evidence. Hearsay evidence.
So here's my problem with that, Ben, is that I don't think that that's the whole story, and I think that when she would talk, it will be. She will say, she probably hasn't said it yet, but she will say that what she meant was she needed to hear his offer, which is nebulous. It obviously could have been money. It could have been an apology publicly.
No, because she made it clear to Erudite that she wanted monetary settlement because that's the only way that Destiny would learn.
But we're talking about the specific thing she said to one person, right? Like,
was that made through an email communication? Was that made through an email communication, a verbal communication? Like
what texts? And Pixie was under the assumption, both parties were under the assumption that Erudite would tell that to Destiny. That's why she was saying all this stuff. Like,
but again, remember, discussions between the non-conforming party and another party is hearsay in the court.
Nope.
So if somebody says they heard somebody say something about this outside of court, that's not going to be admissible.
Number one, it's not hearsay because it's a text. It's written.
It can still be hearsay. Like there's still ways that can be hearsay.
No, Pixie was communicating with the middleman.
Extortion can take place between a middleman.
Yeah, but I don't think we could. I don't think. First of all, there's no way you can think Pixie is smart enough to do that. Spicoli, you are not coming up on stream. If that's Spicoli, if you were trying to act like you're a lawyer, you're not coming up. I'm sorry, bro.
He's Jewish.
Like this, do people not understand that text messages are considered hearsay most of the time?
No.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
They're
is.
admissible as evidence in court.
They can be. You have to go through. You'd have to go through an evidentiary hearing. You can. It's not just therefore. No, it is not inherent evidence that you would have to go through a hearing.
It's much higher than a conversation on the phone. That would be.
Depends. No, it doesn't. No, it's actually harder because you can't tell the context, the mannerisms, the attitude, the implications outside of the text, the words. So it's
I don't know. Maybe you're right, but I mean that's
I don't know.
I know I'm right. I know I'm right.
Okay. Look, this is all stuff.
And I'm not mad at you, Ben. I'm just saying, like that's why this case is very intricate. It's not just he did this, he got it. This is going to be a cases like this take 6 to 8 months to even get any kind of leverage. If this is a straight file. If this is a civil case, he should just pay her and be done with it. Have her sign an NDA, pay her off, and be done with it. Because if he doesn't,
it's too late.
It's going to become a criminal. Yeah, it will become a criminal issue. That's what I'm talking. I don't care about the civil issue. It's going to be a criminal issue.
Here's the problem is that
yes, it can because it is a federal crime to distribute those kind of photos. It is a cross-state line.
There's only a civil available.
It's only a crime if it was done maliciously.
It doesn't.
No, it is a crime in the Violence Against Women Act to knowingly distribute.
That's not a crime. That's a provision that says you can knowingly sue someone who does that to you. That's
doesn't matter what we think anymore because the reality is that Steven is being charged criminally federally. It doesn't matter
exactly.
We can talk all day long about what should have happened with the civil case. Yeah, absolutely. I could see a civil case. I could have seen many other things, but the reality is it doesn't matter what we think, what we argue about. We could argue for the next 3 months about all of this, but it doesn't matter what we think because he's already being charged. He's
where has he been? Like, do we have charging
not just
documents?
because of Pixie? You know, there's Pixie, there's this other girl, Charity, there's some other girl, and there's all of these people. No criminal or Spicoli. Nobody believes you. Shut the hell up. It's great that you changed your
I
name,
believe you,
but
Spicoli.
nobody believes you. You're a Spurg. I absolutely don't believe
I
anything.
stand with Spicoli.
Well, can we talk about like the psychology of this? Because you might say, like, why would a guy want to do this? Okay.
Well, I mean, meth. So
no.
Yeah, but hold on, grid. Where has he been charged? I have not seen any charging documents.
So that's what they were talking about when we first came on. He is I believe he's going to be charged. I think they're they're trying to give him a chance to. Hold on, I had this up earlier. I don't know what I did with it. Stand by.
Yeah, I haven't followed it much, but usually what's going to happen in that kind of case, they would present him with the and I'm sure they're going to try to get him with a plea deal before. Like I don't know
he's
why
trying to not be arrested. So what's happening right now is he's. I guess they're
he's
telling
going to
him
voluntary surrender.
Right. He's trying to not be arrested. He's trying to basically make this as minimal impact as possible, and obviously present himself in the best light. I'm not going to take the time to search this out while I'm talking because
I just haven't found a charging document yet, so I haven't seen you know what I mean. Like I just wait until I see the actual charging documents by the U.S. attorney. You know what I mean? Like if that's what I'm waiting, because once the U.S. attorney has released kind of his charging documents, at least we have an idea of kind of the fact pattern. There's too much unknown here of what the fact pattern was.
No, it would be a civil
suit.
Why, it's a civil suit.
No, right now it is. But if Grid is saying, look, I would suspect that with this big of a name, a U.S. attorney would love to charge him, because this guy is well known. It would be big for their career, and it would help advance them up the.
But there is no
chain.
criminal provision that covers.
Well, there is. No, there is, sir. Knowingly distributing naked pictures of anyone else is a federal crime. Like if they have not given you written express permission to do so, and it is it is not a proprietary public
all right,
forum,
so there is a
Instagram.
police report against Destiny. He is there are charges pending. It mostly has nothing to do with Pixie, although Pixie will be part of it. It's Cherry is the one who filed the initial police report. The initial police report. The investigation has 4 different cases. Now that doesn't mean there are 4 different people. That just means 4 different instances.
There's 4 causes of action.
Yeah, four actions that they're investigating. They haven't named the only person named thus far is Cherry. They're not naming Pixie, but obviously she's part of it. It's
hers is separate, because that's a Florida thing, right? That's a local.
So they're.
Well, I think she's suing.
He is being investigated in. Where the fuck is he being investigated?
Isn't he in Vegas? Wouldn't it be the U.S.
No, he's
attorney's
in Florida.
office
He's in Florida.
Oh, he's in Florida. I thought he was in
Miami.
Nevada.
No,
okay. Then yeah, it would be the U.S. attorney's office for the Southern District of Florida.
Or the state.
He's also apparently they're going to regardless. It's been suggested by at least one prosecutor that he be based on the actual facts that he be added to a sex offender registry. That may be Destiny basically trying to plead out early.
That's what he doesn't want. That's why he plead, because he has a possibility of the rest of his life.
Yeah.
You know?
So it literally is. It's literally nobody's saying anything at this point. It's because he has a lot of money and he can gag everybody down, basically.
Well, you can't gag anyone.
It should be like I should be able to find more than just a police report and 4 people or four counts.
All right, let me give you guys a hypothetical that actually happened to me. If a woman sends me nudes, really explicit, but that are identifiable as her, and I didn't solicit them, but I show them.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Doesn't matter.
She sent you. she sent you something you didn't ask for, or even if you did say, hey, I mind sending me a couple of nudes, that's fine. She did that, her own will, all of that.
Okay.
But
you're saying it's a crime if I show that to another person.
Yeah, but it changes when you are being filmed. And Cherry alleges and apparently can prove that she was filmed. She never consented to being filmed.
Yeah.
And was totally unaware of
it was an audio recording, so I think it was a pocket recording.
I believe there's both.
No, dude, Ben, what you're not understanding is
I think there's both.
I understand because
how would you not know if you're being
correct,
filmed?
Ben. You're correct in your
because
assumption.
Destiny's apartment's full of cameras.
Ben, you're correct in your assumption, and you're right in thinking, how is it possible that if somebody sends me something, they can then charge me with something that somebody has already given me? I understand. That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you retain a property interest in something that you've specifically removed property interest from? And that is the problem with these laws. I agree.
Common sense to me
agree.
says I have a right to go do whatever I want with it.
Ben, it would be just like if somebody took a Polaroid picture out of an old Polaroid from the 90s, you know, those quick ones, gave me the Polaroid, and then they later say, oh, that Polaroid's mine. No, it's not. You took the Polaroid and you gave it to me.
Right. That's what I don't understand.
And Ben, I agree with you. I fundamentally agree with you. Unfortunately, our legal system doesn't, and that's where it says that if you do distribute it without specific explicit permission, you are therefore guilty.
So in this case,
it just is that way.
Me receiving these videos and showing them, even to just like,
yes, you would be committing a misdemeanor.
I'm committing a crime, right? Oh, and to add on top of it, let's say she happens to be under 18, but I have no idea.
That's even worse.
She tells me that she's not, right? I have no idea. Now I'm distributing child pornography, right?
No, that's a little different. If you could have not, if truth is always in cases, truth is an affirmative defense. So if you can show proof that she lied, misled you, defrauded you on the 8, that you'll be fine. But other than that, yeah, you're done, dude.
But it just seems unfair. It just seems unfair.
It is unfair. No,
it's absolutely unfair. It's absolutely.
That's what I was saying
unfair.
earlier, Ben. What I was saying earlier is it's sexist because it's saying innately the female body has somehow more value if you show it than a man's does.
Or they have a higher expectation of privacy.
Yeah, they have a higher. And
I think they do.
Right
I think
privacy.
they do. I think they do. But
I don't think they do. I think everybody needs to be held to their own standards. If you make a stupid mistake, just like, dude, remember in high school when you were a kid, and if you did something stupid in high school, everyone remembered it. Well, you're just gonna have to accept it. I mean,
what I'm saying is the social consequences of a guy like his nudes getting out that he's banging chicks. It's like high five, kind of, right? Whereas for a chick, it's like humiliating. Which I just think is intrinsic. It's intrinsic.
But that's because of the physical act, though. It's because something is very easy to obtain for one, but hard to obtain the other.
Yeah.
That's why you give high five. Like you give a high five for.
Well, that was weird. Stand by, guys. I got everybody coming back. There we go. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. It's just like everything froze down. Only I froze. Oh yeah.
No, what I was saying.
I think there is a difference. Like when I was in college. When I was in college, there was a guy who streaked.
Ben, there is a difference.
He's totally naked, his dick swinging around. It's hilarious, right? But I get how the cops are going to say, like, well, it's obscenity, misdemeanor, and get you out of here. A woman streaking is different. It's kind of more disturbing. Like, what are you doing? You know?
Well, I mean, it depends, dude. What I'm trying to, Ben, what I'm saying is I agree with you. Look, there is an inherent difference in the sexual, like the act between one or the other. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and that's the thing.
Yeah.
There is a definite difference, and unfortunately
in that sense,
I mean, I get it, but the thing is that you can't therefore make carve outs because of somebody's anatomy or because of this that is more special than another, because then you're going to get into the whole trans thing. I mean, Ben, you can't just say, oh, look, like because they have this, therefore they have these certain heightened rights. If you do that, you're going to have the trans saying, look, we have all kinds of issues, all kinds of problems. We deserve heightened rights. You can't call us this. You got to call us pronouns. You got to do all this.
I like the laws not differentiating, but I do think I think de facto they do differentiate. I mean, I think
No,
in practice,
I get it. Like there
cops are
is
less.
differentiation, but like for example, Ben. I mean, in the law, there is no charge for rape for a man on a woman. It's sexual assault or sexual battery. Like all those teachers are not charged with grape because
Okay.
grape, legally speaking, is the physical penetration like that.
You mean a woman on a man?
Yes, yes. Like the teachers,
Yeah.
like the women teachers, they're charged
Right.
with sexual battery or assault. They're not charged because, in legally speaking, there is no grape charge for a woman.
Even her fingers up his ass or something?
No, it doesn't. It's penile is usually what it really. Most of the grape laws are old laws, and they refer to penile insertion.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
And so that's
wouldn't you say that's sexist then? Like because only men.
Well, it is. Yeah. There is sexism. Of course, there is. I mean, we're human beings. We're going to be sexist. We're going to be
it's
bigoted. We're
sexist, right? But it is what it is. We're not going to do anything about it. I do.
What
think
about striking down the laws?
I do think that it's inherently wrong. But here's the thing, though. The way the laws stand now is that if I do believe that if a man claimed that he had sex with a woman and she filmed it without his knowledge and then she disseminated it, especially if he could prove it somehow harmed him in his reputation or lost him a business deal or something like that, then it would go just as badly for that woman as it would for any man in today's environment.
But part of the leaks were Destiny sucking a guy's dick. Like, why doesn't he?
Well, and that's the thing. It's because
they're not.
It's because Ben, it's just the social stigma. It's the social stigma. You're not going to get the same kind of. You're not going. It's Ben. Like as Grid said earlier, you're just not. Well, you're just not going to get that kind of social stigma. Like I said, it's inherent value that girls are worth more than guys are in that aspect.
Yeah, I think they are. I mean, I think it's a. Well, I think sucking a guy's dick is worse social stigma for a guy.
Yeah,
than a woman getting boned.
So the only thing I can tell you is
if you suck a guy's dick and you turn the camera on,
yeah, you can't come back. You're not coming back from that one. I mean,
you get what you get. I mean, if you trust a guy to do that, I think it's risk-taking behavior, and I think the psychology behind it is not as crazy as people think, because I don't think Stephen Bennell has positive sexual experiences. I think he's like autistic, and so. Like a serial killer, he values the trophy, not the actual experience. So it's like a serial killer keeping all the like jewelry and stuff as like, because he doesn't even understand what sex is about, and nor do any of these people. Pixie, Arita, and none of them understand what sex is all about. So I think they're all doing the same thing. But I don't think we should perversely reward women with massive financial benefits for acting like whores and then having their whoredom be exposed, because that's always been a social
it's a stigma. I don't think
that's like inherent. It's like, well, everyone goes, and what does everyone do when something like that happens? They tell their daughters, don't do anything on the internet that you're not willing to like make public. Don't do that stuff. And why do we need to go beyond that?
I think what it is because you've artificially inflated the whole sexual dynamics. Like, it's not the same anymore. Like you literally have a weaponized dating culture, and that's why you can't have the same interactions, because there is a power dynamic on one side that is so much greater on the other. Like women have much more. Yeah. And that's why you can't have this equality, because you've literally elevated it like this whole subject. I mean, look, okay, I'll give you a great example. I'll give you a great, Ben, I think you'll really appreciate this. Have you seen the Blake Lively debacle lately? You heard of the Blake? You know Blake Lively, the actress, right?
I know who that is. Yeah.
Yeah, she's Ryan Reynolds' wife. Have you guys heard of what's going on right now? Like in regards to her, and there's a couple $100 million lawsuits going on because of this kind of stuff. That Blake Lively was pretty much falsely accused, the director of this movie, of, you know, sexual assault, and then she pushed him out of his own movie, took control of the whole movie, took control of everything, and now you're coming out that he's countersued. He's coming out with text messages showing the complete opposite, making her look like a fool, but you still have the entire establishment supporting her. You haven't heard about his countersuit. You haven't heard, because that's what I'm saying. There is an entire power structure that is behind one and not behind the other.
And it's demonic. I think it's demonic.
Well, yeah. I mean, the law is supposed to be blind. I mean, of course, it never is completely blind. But the problem is, I mean, this is a bigger issue. I mean, Grid will tell you this. He's had shows on this. Grid, nowadays, you can pretty much tell me if how a case is going to be ruled just by the jurisdiction it's in.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say that that's not true. Yeah.
If I can tell you that if I have, that's why venue shopping is such a big deal. That's why the Supreme Court is so after venue shopping right now, because everyone's just going, it's so politicized that you can now go into any kind, you can pick judges and you know just how the judge will rule for you because of their ideology, not because of the law.
You mean because like you could file suit in various jurisdictions and you just choose the one that's most, is that what you mean?
Most, yeah. The most
because everything's sort of
supportive
across
of you.
State lines.
Yeah, I mean, for example, you just had. Why do you think the ACLU filed suit against Trump's executive order on the 14th Amendment in the Western District of Seattle or Western District of Washington? Because it's in Seattle.
The judges are going to be more,
extremely liberal. So you got an immediate injunction the same day it was filed. Mm-hmm. So and that's why, and the court has to, and I'm hoping, I brought this up, I don't know if it was on Grid Show or CT Show the other bit. I'm hoping, and what the court does is that it holds them to the same standards it held us to these last 4 years, because when conservative judges tried to put nationwide injunctions on the executive branch or on laws that the legislature passed during Biden's term, the court smacked every lower court down and said, you can give injunctions and relief to those specific plaintiffs, but we're not going to let you put nationwide injunctions on things. For example, the bump stock ban was a big one. They initially, God, I forgot what his name is in the Western District of Texas. He had put a nationwide injunction on the bump stock, but the feds appealed it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, no, you don't have the jurisdiction to put a nationwide injunction on this. But if they allow, like, for example, a nationwide injunction on this 14th Amendment, you realize then that the court system will always be against conservative values, because the court system innately is made from elite intellectuals. And those people, and that's why even now, Grid, did you hear? It don't look like we're going to get our Second Amendment. We're not going to get our assault weapons ban case this year. It's not going in. They've deferred it, even though we had a complete ruling from the Second Circuit from Maryland. We had everything the court wanted. They just will not take a Second Amendment assault weapons ban case. It's just never going to happen.
Well, once they do, though, that's because
they won't.
Like, all of the existing AWBs in like California, New York,
and they won't do that because
so New York is already under. Well, I think they will, because New York is already, New York is already in the hot seat because they keep trying to do things that push on the Second Amendment and the Supreme Court keeps smacking them back. So I think it's my observation is that the Supreme Court they want to do one thing at a time, making themselves very clear. And and I actually think they're smart in not taking the case right now. What the left is trying to do is they're trying to flood the Supreme Court with these Second Amendment cases, specifically so that they won't be seen as being able to take them very seriously, and they can be challenged later and all that sort of thing. So I think the Supreme Court is being pretty smart.
I think it's a little bit different. I think the Second Amendment is the single one issue beyond abortion that liberals will not give up on.
They're not going to give up on it, and their tactic is Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. But what they're doing is it's not that the Supreme Court won't. They've already heard it. They kicked it back. Everything's ready to go. They're good there. What they're doing now is they're trying to get New York to stop trying to put gun control measures in place when they've already ruled multiple times that New York cannot prevent people from owning or carrying guns, and yet they keep doing it. And that's what the Supreme Court is really trying to lock down right now. The AWB will come later, and as a matter of fact, to be honest with you, there's a real chance that going forward, the way the Supreme Court defines the gun ownership and carry laws for New York and as they were in respect to the way California and New York and Oregon and Washington are trying to put them in place, it may make the AWB case moot. Because it's literally they're striking at they're literally cutting the tree down at its root right now. I think it's smart. I think they're not.
I disagree a little bit, because I think what's happening right now is that I think what's happening, what you're seeing right now is you're seeing Roberts and what's her name, Barrett, say, if you bring a assault weapons ban case to the court now, we will vote to uphold it. And that's why you're seeing 3 different distributions.
I don't think Roberts would say that.
Oh yes, he is. Roberts and Barrett are. Hold on. Let me explain this.
Coney Barrett seems to be pretty.
No, she's not. She denied. No, she was the justice that specifically sided. Her and Roberts specifically sided with the liberal court, with the liberal justices, to deny the Illinois assault weapons ban injunction. No, she's not a friend of
how poorly written the injunction was. It wasn't that they didn't want the AWB.
No, it was that it was an injunction itself. It was an injunction itself. But the problem is that you're seeing right here the court's backing itself into a corner. It's saying, look, we're not going to enforce any preliminary injunctions against the Second Amendment, but at the same time, we're going to allow every single one of these jurisdictions to go along with whatever, and then we're not going to take cert of the assault weapons ban case, because again, you got to realize what it is it's more real, it's more direct than what you're thinking. See, this is what is happening right now is that the circuit courts and the district courts, the federal district courts and the circuit courts, are saying, if you Supreme Court rule this way, we will subvert you. They will not allow. Because remember
I have a different perspective on that, but we could talk about that later. I don't want to get bogged down.
Well, I'm just saying you could, but I mean, you could look at the Antioch. No, I'm just saying, but you could look at the Antioch 2 case in New York right now. Like, you could look at the court. They said they're going to take it. They haven't even put it on the docket yet. Like they've granted suit.
They already have, but they already have a case. But they already have a case in front of them from New York that's basically the same as the California law, basically the same as the Oregon and Washington laws. They don't look. The Supreme Court's job is to decide which cases to take. They have the widest application, not every single case, because once they take out the way the gun ownership laws are written in New York and all of these other states, once they say, hey, no, you cannot limit what people own. That's really what they're trying to do right now. Is it boils down to New York and these other 3 states, and I think maybe Illinois is in there too, but I'm not 100%. I think because it's just Chicago, really. But they basically, what's going on right now is New York says you can't own a gun. Basically, effectively, you cannot own a gun, and you can't own one in the city limits of New York. And California's gone that same way. Everybody's done all these things, and that is in violation of Bruin. They made that law in violation of Bruin, and nothing pisses the Supreme Court off more than them to make a ruling, and then 6 months later, the state passes a law that subverts their ruling. If you really want to piss off the Supreme Court, that's how you do it. And that's what's going to happen. And when they do, when the Supreme Court comes out and says you cannot restrict the Second Amendment at all, then there's no need for an AWB case because it can never pass. Can never pass.
The problem with the Second Amendment is,
but that's what I'm talking. Great. What I'm talking about is this. Look, the case you're talking about carrying and what you can own are two separate things. Carrying, as in regards to open carrying or your license.
Bye. Thanks for
having
me. Bye.
This
the license. No, but the licensure cases are completely different though than the possession of what type of arms. The licensure cases, like you're talking about Antioch 2 in New York, and that was where where New York came a day later after the law was passed and said, we're going to reformat where you can carry outside of your house, where you can't carry in any businesses unless they've posted on their wall that you have that you have the right to carry in there. You can't carry in parking lots. You can't carry in parks. You can't carry anywhere there's more than 100 people. Those were the things the court, but they're not even touching what type of arms can be banned. And that's why you're seeing now in Colorado, the reason why this is dangerous, Grid, and why they don't take this is because in Colorado right now, Colorado will be passing a law that bans every semi-auto weapon because the court is not addressing what types of arms can be banned.
Right, but they've already addressed that in Bruin. That's the thing.
They addressed that. No, they addressed that in Heller. Bruin had nothing to do with what types of arms.
Yeah, they did. It absolutely does because Bruin says in common use. Heller, they got around Heller, and that's why Bruin is so important. Is because Bruin says in common use, and they keep trying to say that AR-15 is not in common use, and yet every single store.
No, that's not what they're saying. They're saying that the mechanisms that make a semi-auto are not. They're arguing that the functional, the magazine, the pullback lever, it does. That's what they're arguing. They're saying that the arm itself is not in common use because we're not banning common use. We're banning parts.
But that's not what any of the laws currently say.
No. New York and California's laws specifically say an assault weapon is banned, and an assault weapon is defined as having a forward grip, a pistol grip.
They're talking about features, and features also fly in the face of Bruin. That's why they shouldn't.
They didn't discuss that in Bruin. They didn't discuss it in Heller either. That's the point. That's why they need to take this case.
Well, I'll look into it more, but I think the entire thing is the entire reason the Supreme Court is being very careful which cases they're picking is they are looking for the ones that cut it off at the root. They don't, because what's happened so far in all of this legislation is we keep cutting off limbs of a tree. We got to cut it off at the root. They basically just have to say, hey, you can't ban any guns, period. End of the story. The Supreme Court we have right now will uphold that. Coney Barrett's proven to support anything that she supported Bruin, she supported Heller. She's a known entity. Same thing with Thomas. Thomas is about to retire though, and I think that a lot of people are very concerned that if he retires, we may get a judge that's not as based in reality as he is. And and a lot of people want Sotomayor to come through, to go away. But to be honest, Sotomayor's voting record is great on the things I care about. She's absolutely is spirit and intent of the law versus what the public opinion is. So I really, I'm okay with the Supreme Court now. And they just turned in a 9-0 verdict against some case that they had going on.
Grid. Not all the justices are horrible. No, I'm not saying that. But Grid, what I'm saying is this. Look, the case there were two cases before them. Okay. Well, there were 4, and they denied 2 on Friday. And one of the 2 that they denied would have done exactly what you would have wanted. It was addressing the parameters of preliminary injunctions regards to the Second Amendment. They denied it. They denied.
I'll look into it because everybody got pissed that they didn't take the suppressor case either, but it was really bad.
I don't care about the suppressor case. I don't care about
it. It was just really badly written. So
I know, but I care about when they have a full docket, when they have a full case, when they have the full discovery and the entire litigation through the circuit, which they've asked for, and because of this one issue, no other constitutional issue, you would never see the right of free speech, religious. You would never see separation of powers. You'd never see any of that being questioned. A case this big in regards to a fundamental constitutional right, you would never hear this much delay with.
Right.
Never.
Yeah,
and that's my issue.
Again, I don't care. I don't care. I mean, I'm okay with what the Supreme Court's done so far. I'm more happy with this court over the last 10 years, 12 years than I've been with any court previously. They've gotten more done, and they don't seem to be slowing down.
It depends. They did both. They Bostock. They did all those cases too. So again, it's a mixed bag. The court is always a mixed bag.
No, the court has been terrible before because they wouldn't even take a gun case. It was 14 years.
Well, they took Heller and what is it, 2004, 5?
Yeah, it was like 14 years spread between when they took a case and the next time they took a case. And really, the only reason they got into that case was because Trump basically told them, "You're going to take this case. You have to do something. You cannot keep kicking the can." That's the only reason they took Bruen, I think.
Yeah, Trump's made Washington move again.
Well, sure, but I mean,
in the right direction.
But the thing is, James, is that the thing is, James, is that, and a lot of people don't realize this. They think the Supreme Court acts like any other court, and they don't.
They don't.
They've been literally for many years. They didn't do anything. They were except. Basically Congress was using the Supreme Court as to basically Congress would just either make a law or not make a law and then kick it over to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court would rule on it, and then then Congress was doing that so that the congressman could go home and say, "Hey, I tried, but the Supreme Court ruled this," and so they could keep getting elected. Which is not right. The Congress should not cede their power to the Supreme Court and vice versa. So, but anyway, you wanted to come up, James. What do you got to say, buddy? What's up? What's new?
Well, I was gonna engage Ben on something that he said, but then they left before I got around to engaging Ben on that.
Ben has a channel. You can go engage him on his own channel.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to go over there. I wanted to just say it because we brought it up here, but
yeah, I mean, it's an interesting thing. A lot of people always want to come up and say something that people I have on when I'm like, I'm actually trying to have an actual conversation. Like I'm trying to get some stuff done.
But he said something about autism, and it kind of got to it's close to me because of where I'm autistic myself, and I'm on the spectrum. I don't think autistic people would be like serial killers. I don't think there's autistic people that do that.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, I think, because the Ben and Grace are they're okay, I guess. I haven't had a whole lot of interaction with them. They're kind of funny, I guess, but that's okay.
You're a good guy, James. Don't worry about it. We got your back, man.
But yeah, other than that, I've just been working on my channel and stuff. So I've just been going on panels still whenever I get the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty much the same old.
Yeah. I won't be able to watch the Ben and Grace thing tonight because I will be debating I will be debating immigration which is way more fucking interesting to me than what Destiny does to his dick. Like, I really don't care about Destiny's sword play. I think that's just hilarious, you know. But the only thing that we can talk about really is that is what happening with Destiny, is it the right way to go? Look, I think that Pixie should have been able to go after him legally for leaking her pictures or video or whatever. If she can prove that he said that he would not do that and then he did, yeah, absolutely. They had a verbal contract, right? Like they're literally business partners. And it was obviously pay for play. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a very, you know, it's a little nefarious, I think, but you know, whatever.
Yeah, it's pretty sticky.
Yeah.
On that one.
Yeah. Anyway, not concerned with the opinions of the padded helmet crowd. Yeah, I'm there with you, bro. I'm there with you. That's
but Destiny's problems are not my problems, though. That's
Jeremy Ryan's. Yeah, you can sue anybody for nearly anything. That's true. She could. The thing is that I think that she probably would have just gone after him. Well, actually, I know, right? Like, I think we all know that she would have really just gone after Destiny for some green mail in the court system. But all of these other people have come out, and now it's a criminal matter. Lauren De Laguna is Pixie's lawyer. That's pretty funny. That's true. That's hilarious.
Oh my God, is that true, Grid? Is that really true?
That would be funny, though, right? That would be hilarious.
That would be like the most calamity of errors I've ever seen in my life.
She might be, actually. She might not be a lawyer. She might just be another claimant. And it's interesting the way this investigation's going. I should have literally been able to, when I Googled it, all I could find is that Cherry's made an allegation and there are other women who have joined. Like,
that's
like what the
usually
fuck?
what happens.
Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah. Oh, you know, Jasmine Jaffa can't represent Destiny because I don't think that she's a fully licensed attorney. She's a paralegal.
I don't think Lauren is either, is she? I don't think Lauren is either.
I don't know. I could be wrong about Jasmine Jaffa, but I thought for sure somebody called Jasmine on that during a debate, and she admitted that she was more or less a paralegal, that she had been to law school, but she hadn't passed the bar. Maybe she's passed the bar now. Maybe she passed the bar in Florida. I hear that basically a 3-day-old orange can pass the bar in Florida, so maybe that's true. I don't know.
It's not that easy. It's not like Nebraska, where you got Nebraska. If you graduate not law school from the University of Nebraska, in Nebraska, you automatically pass the bar.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's weird. That's actually fucking weird as shit. Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird that the show, you know, for like an hour degenerated into talking about Destiny's swordplay abilities.
Which is none of my business.
Well, it is everybody's business in the streaming world right now because it is because it will have massive implications in the streaming world, especially in Destiny's Orbiters. Dude, you've got to watch Rob Noor's video yesterday where he critiques the woman from Progressive Victory, Brianna Wu, and I can't remember that dude's name. And they're kind of like talking about Destiny. They're supposed to be getting, you know, supposed to be like shedding light on it, and all they do is blame victims and shit. And talk about how President Sunday was an asshole for releasing the video. So that's another thing. Why the fuck would anyone send something they didn't want the entire fucking world to know to President Sunday? Like that's
what I mean, Grid. I mean, in general, maybe we're just old. You know, you and I are old, but I never wanted to I always assumed if you acted like an idiot and you showed it to people, they're gonna make you known as an idiot.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's...
And I guess I'm old because I would think so.
So,
I'm 27.
allegedly, Jasmine Jafar was making $75K salary as a lawyer before turning to OF. That's paralegal pay. That's not lawyer pay. Most places.
Depends where. I mean, I've seen. Yeah, but it depends on what school you graduate from and like where you are. If you're just starting your first couple of years, that's around normal. People forget like the average starting pay is like 68 to 72 nationwide.
Yeah, but that's 60 to 72 plus your commission or whatever. Bonus.
Yeah, but I don't know. But again, if she's just joining a firm to get like experience, she's not getting any of that.
So,
you
might be right. She might have joined as a paralegal and then got her law license. So
and then just built
that's
up.
a typical thing to do.
She's
I don't know.
trying
I
to
don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I honestly don't know jack shit about Jasmine Jafar except her voice grates like none other. I don't think I've ever actually seen an actual picture of her. I did listen to multiple debates between her and Andrew, and I was left with literally I was like, how dumb can you be and still pass the bar? She's fat. That's funny. If that's true, that's hilarious. I will see her, though, because I'm going to DebateCon, and she's going to be there, so I will see her in person. I don't know that I want to, but I'm going to, regardless. Why are all paralegals whores? They need to pay for paralegal school.
They're like nurses.
Yeah. Most lawyers I know aren't worth 75, and they're all whores anyway, so they might as well get OF. That's funny, America Uncensored. That's good. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't really want to talk about that today. And obviously the thing with Furby the other night was that was pretty fucked up, to be honest. That was pretty fucked up. So Anson Knowles, remember, y'all, that women are always accusing men of things they didn't do. As far as we know, all these broads asked to get recorded boinking that gross degen as part of a leaking promotion. I mean, you're not wrong.
And that's the thing, Grid. I mean, I actually kind of believe
that's what Ben was trying to get to. I think what Ben was really trying to get to, and he took forever saying it, and he does it in this way where he like, it's like he wants you to.
He dances around. He wants you to figure it out.
He dances around so that he wants to see how degen you are, while you're thinking the whole time that he's a degen. It's a good tactic. I'll give him that. It's not a big deal. And I think that's what Ben wanted us to say is basically that. How do we know that women are not this thing, right? And so that's cool.
I mean, really, we don't.
I don't know who's leaking sound, but
that's Imperious.
Yeah, he's on his phone. Yeah.
Anyway, no one around maybe leaking sound.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, I think like I said, I think Ben was kind of dancing around it. I think Ben's not wrong. Right. I don't think he's 100% right, but I don't think he's wrong either. I think that women absolutely will take advantage. So whether or not it's really worth talking about, I don't know. But
I mean, women know they could probably get away with it, though, to take advantage. I mean, especially with the way the court system is right now. I mean,
I'm not sure what you mean by right now. I mean, I think it's pretty much always been that way.
I mean,
normal women are liars and seek to take the resource of men.
Well, I thought back like a long time ago, women used to get like at least the same, amount of years for the crime if it was as a man,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, granted, I know they got away with like Yeah, they didn't have really a problem with them having like sexual crimes though. Or
I don't know what you're trying to say, James. Spit it out for me. Help me out.
Well, like far as like the problem with how women, you know, are raping kids and things like that, you know, they didn't have that problem back then.
Okay.
Of course, society was a lot more moral back then too than it is today. To be fair, because society put heavy restraints on the fact of like making sure people stayed moral, you know, with you know, enforcing the law a lot better than they do today.
Yeah, okay. All right. I could see that. So let me kind of lead you down a path here, James. So what do you think? What do you think it's destiny is more wrong, or do you believe the women are more wrong, or do you believe it's even, or what do you think here? Because there's definitely levels of wrong to be had here, right?
Well, I mean, they've both done their fair share of wrong because Destiny obviously knows what he's doing. He's going into bed with these women, so I mean, granted, I don't know who did more wrong. I would say.
Well, I mean, so first of all,
Facebook.
obviously these are atheist or at best lukewarm Christians. So saying things like it's morally wrong is irrelevant, right? Like basically.
That's
James, you got to be real careful about like atheists and other people using Christianity's morality to try to tangle you up to act how they think you should act when they have no morality themselves.
Yeah. So it is. You don't have to consider them moral people, right? I don't have to consider that their actions are moral or immoral to know right or wrong, right? Is that pretty accurate? Pretty consistent? Think that's true?
Well, I would say, wouldn't you say though that everyone innately knows right and wrong? Like we have some sort of level of consciousness, even though they may not necessarily be Christian, they would know that what they were doing is wrong. Because I think people do know. There's like this.
So all right, hold on. You're making my brain hurt. So if someone is not Christian, and yet and therefore do not hold Christian morals like Destiny and Pixie and Cherry and Not So Erudite and all of these atheist motherfuckers, if they are always saying, if they are, what's the word I'm looking for here, if they are not moral, they don't carry Christian morals, then in their minds, nothing they did is wrong. It's fine.
But totally. I think they know that they did something wrong, though. I think they have this level of guilt that they may be carrying, but they're just
I
trying
promise
to, like,
I promise you,
not actually engage with the guilt.
The only guilt that Destiny,
because they've sinned so much,
is that he's being railroaded by some of his supporters.
Yeah, but I think they've sinned so much that
they don't sin. They don't sin, James.
Oh,
James.
They don't sin from their worldview, but it doesn't.
Your worldview, sure.
My worldview, they're sinning. Like,
yeah, but they don't sin in their eyes, in their mind. They do not sin.
In their mind, but it doesn't negate my worldview, though. You're asking me about my worldview.
No. I asked you. No, I did not. I did not ask you through your worldview. I very specifically said in their worldview they've done nothing wrong, and you said, "Well, in my worldview they have," but they don't care.
But I thought that's where we was going down my world.
No, I
trying
wanted
see
to
my world.
investigate your opinion because you need to be able to separate your worldview and look at it from a, you ever say, walk a mile in another man's shoes?
Yeah. There's a principle in the Bible about that,
Yeah, and you aren't capable of it. Because everything that you do, I can look through. Look, I personally think that what they've done is reprehensible and absolutely horrible. However, I can literally put myself in Destiny's place and say, with no morals, with no morality, would I have banged the shit out of this chick and then put her film up on a download site for my buddies to enjoy? Yeah, absolutely would. 100%. That's not even, that doesn't even move the needle on the degen scale.
But asking me who was in the more wrong there, that wouldn't tell that you're asking me from my worldview, because I can see from their worldview.
No, I was testing to see if you could see it from another worldview.
I didn't know that was where you was trying to go. Okay. You didn't make that clear that you were trying to ask me about his worldview.
You can ask the chat if I made it clear or not. I mean, you can. I felt like I was pretty clear about where I was going with that. But I mean, you're not wrong in that. Yeah, absolutely. It's morally reprehensible. I think that it's a very bad idea to do the. I think it's a very bad idea to do things like that. But that's my worldview. That's my Christian worldview. So, look, Destiny doesn't think he did anything wrong. The only thing Destiny think he did wrong is he got caught. He sent it to an even larger reprobate in President Sunday. And President Sunday leaked it to other people, and then it became public. And once it became public, now it's a problem. If it had never gone public, I promise you, first of all, you wouldn't have heard anything about it, and Destiny would not have given two fucks. I'm just telling you. And you and I can sit here and say, well, that's a sin. That would weigh on me. That would make me feel bad. That would make me, I would have a problem with that. But you really have to learn to look at people and say, no, they don't feel bad at all. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we cleared up that I was supposed to be looking from his worldview. I can understand that.
Right. Yeah.
I must have took that question a little too literal. I thought it was from my worldview, but.
Yeah. So. Yeah, it's an interesting thing, but yeah, you don't want to get your cultures from the quote world, because the world is constantly changing. That's not wrong. When your morals change because pop culture has changed, then your morals aren't really moral. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, morality is an interesting thing. The only place I can derive any morality from is from my Christian worldview. Everything else, I don't see any morality in drug laws at all. There's nothing Christian about them. There's nothing moral about drug laws. It's literally the bottom of the fucking barrel that people use morality to justify them, and I think that's wrong. You can say that societally we find that offensive, and that's perfectly legit. But to say that it's moral,
it depends where your justification. I mean, like for Catholics, the magisterium has dictated that any intoxicant, not used in temperance is a sin. You know what I mean? So it depends. I'm not saying all the time. If you smoke weed once, I don't think that's a. You know what I mean? But what I'm saying is constant habitual use to deflect your view from God to mortal things, or that's when it becomes an issue. You know what I mean? When you remove temperance.
All right. So
because remember, Jesus loved to party. His first Miracle was at a wedding party. He loves a party.
Yeah, the wine. He took and made wine out of water.
Right. It's an interesting discussion to go down. It's really not for the daytime show, but it's fine. We'll do it anyway. Let's just take, because I see Wonder Dog talking about it. Let's just take homosexuality. Let's just pull drugs off the table. Let's just take homosexuality. Something I find not only morally reprehensive, but mentally I just can't get there, right? Like I can't look at another man's hairy ass and sweaty balls and find love. I just couldn't do it. There's just no fucking way. But people do. That's their thing. What's up, Wicked Wally? How you doing?
Hello, Wally.
So I don't really, what's the thing I'm looking for here? That's not a moral issue to me beyond that in the Bible, and Paul Paul says that, if you lay down with a man, it's a sin.
Yeah, in Leviticus.
Yes, and I believe that is accurate. I don't think that there's anywhere in the Bible that says it's okay for men to lie down with other men. And all of this nonsense and modernity where people try and work their way around that by saying, well, homosexuality wasn't as well known. Well, that's bullshit. I mean, Rome literally fell because of homosexuality. So that's an easier thing to prove morality from, right? Because the Bible literally says it's a sin. Therefore, it's not moral. Correct? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sodomy is frowned upon in the Bible. Absolutely, it is. Not supposed to do that either.
That's why Sodom and Gomorrah got destroyed.
One of many reasons, but yeah, sure.
I'm sure that wasn't the only reason, but
yeah. And so that would be a thing. Hey, Wicked Wally, you should come up for the next 45 minutes that I have left on the show. So, in Destiny's case, look, he is a complete he's a complete narcissist. He's a complete, you could call him a degenerate, but is he actually a degenerate? Because I don't think he was ever Christian to start with, and therefore he can't be a degenerate. He has degenerate actions according to my Christian worldview, but he probably thinks he's awesome.
Oh, okay. So that's again going by his worldview.
Yeah. In his worldview, he is probably the top, he's doing exceptionally well. He's not degenerate at all.
Yeah. Because he has no morals.
That may not be true. He may have a morality that he's developed to where
that's subjective though, and that's I don't even know if that's even considered
what?
moral. That's subjective though, and I don't even know if that's considered moral.
It could be objective.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that idea of objective.
Are laws subjective or objective?
I'd have to say probably subjective because can't man's law change, but yet God's law remains the same always.
This is a bad example. All right, so is the Muslim doctrine moral? Is it moral?
It's moral probably from their worldview.
Correct. Right. And therefore we're immoral. We're the infidel. We are immoral people. Do you understand when you start trying to enforce your morality on someone else? And this is the interesting thing about every time we start talking about there should be a law. Anytime somebody says there should be a law, there ought to be a law, anything like that, just whatever next comes out of their mouth is probably bullshit. And they're probably not, it's not probably not moral at all. What's up, Arukar Oak? Good to see you. We're talking morality now. He's got me in fucking the lawyer wanted me to be wanted to go philosophical. So we're philosophizing right now.
Philosophical.
Yeah, no, I mean, seriously, look, here's the thing. The only morality that I can go by is my Christian morality, because that's what I believe. Right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, hey, Wally, what's up?
Good morning.
So
I think really everything about is justification. Like, what type of justification do you have, and what will you have to impose that justification?
Yeah, what authority can you appeal to, right? So if a Muslim appeals to the Quran, I cannot dispute his appeal. That is his Bible. That is his God. I think he's wrong, but I can't call him immoral. He will call me immoral. He will call me a infidel. He will call me the unclean. Right? They do actually call me.
Yeah, I think the only way you could really argue that kind of shit is if it conforms to the reality of the universe around you. Like, there are laws of logic. There are certain kinds of paradigms that
ontology. What
I'm saying. And they, like, for example, the reason why, like,
I'm just trying to help. I'm trying to help James out, because James
I'm going to give James an example.
Beat up a lot.
I'm going to give him a simple example. I'm going to give James a simple example.
Hey, now I don't get beat up a lot.
James, I'll give.
Really, James, you want to go over how the weekend played out for you?
The last
James, I'll give you a quick example here before I hop off to the gym. For example, the reason why you would argue in a logical sense Islam is false is because it has two uncreated beings, Allah and the Quran. So in their own logic, it fails, because you can't have two non-created entities, or they're both God.
Well, I mean, the Catholics wrote the Quran to subvert the Orthodox Church.
The Jesuits. Zach told me it was the Jesuits. So.
The Jesuits did that? Seriously?
No,
dude. No, he's joking. He's joking, dude. No, but what he's saying is
it's
that,
a popular conspiracy theory.
The Jesuits are behind everything.
The Jesuits are behind everything, don't you know?
And gave it to Muhammad so that he would go forth and be the prophet. He had this book that supposedly he wrote to and the most popular because they were pissed with the schism. $9.99 from Wrongful Rage, ladies and gentlemen. We should outlaw bullshit, but where would the cows shit? Off to work. You guys have a great salute, sir. You have a great one yourself. Really appreciate all of your patronage today.
I'm off to the gym, Grid. I'll be back in an hour if you're still
we'll see you, buddy. We'll see you.
I'll hop on tonight.
I won't be here in an hour, I promise you.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'll see you on your channel. I'll see you on your channel tonight.
Yeah, we'll be debating tonight. It's debate night.
All right, buddy. I'll see you then. Be safe.
So Wally, we're going down the moral path, and we started out with does Destiny see himself as immoral for the things that he's done to these women? And no. I would say no, absolutely not. It's not in his worldview, and therefore you cannot. While I can call him immoral, he's not going to give a shit about that, because his worldview does not align in any way, shape, or form with mine. And you have to be able to separate those things when you're talking to people, because when you simply continuously say, but the Bible says, nobody gives a shit.
Yeah, no. That's why he's a case of, like, even if someone would say, like, even if he said, like, it's like, oh, I feel sorry. No, he feels sorry he got caught. He feels sorry people found out. But in the moment, he wasn't thinking about that. He just wanted to get his rocks off however he was getting his rocks off.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and that's why, that's and again, that's one of the reasons I don't actually while I consider Destiny a degenerate, he doesn't consider himself degenerate because he's not there. He's the best him he can be.
Oh yeah, and especially when it's like when you have like a whole population of personalities who find the casting couch kind of scenarios there normal. They're not going to act like they have any problem with it till people look at from the outside and go, "Hey, this is pretty weird and pretty messed up."
Right.
Like nothing surprises me about him anymore at all. Not after the last stuff. And then when this came out, I'm like, who's shocked? Really?
Yeah, yeah, actually I wasn't shocked at all. I was actually shocked that it took so long for this to happen because it was so obvious that this was a pay to play.
Yeah. Setup. And the whole way that situation was playing out, just from watching like the recap videos, like I still at some point like all the back and forths, I'm like, everybody in this was acting like a piece of shit to some degree.
No, you're right, man.
Whether you're seeing like the dialogue going on where like Pixie's trying to like maximize what she can get out of him for it, and then it's all this whole back and forth of like, well, do I actually open a case? Do I try to like settle with them? I'm like, I mean, it's weird because it's like trying to say he's ultimately like financially responsible when he's not like one of the main links in the chain by the time the stuff came out. Like, it's going to be really hard to prove unless he just stands there in court and says, yeah, I'm sorry, give her money.
Yeah, but she's not even the one that's going after him right now, right? Like, it's this Cherry girl, and there's somebody else. I think Not So Erudite is.
Oh, Pixie Pixie had a GoFundMe for a lawyer.
Yeah, and Pixie's kind of Pixie's part of it just because she corroborates the other girl's story. And I think there's 4 total. I don't know who the other 2 besides Pixie and Cherry are, but definitely there's 4 separate people that are involved in this. Cherry's actually filed a criminal complaint, filled out a police report, did the whole thing, and there's an actual investigation going on. And my understanding is that they had charged him, but I think they're trying to negotiate how he's going to turn himself in or do like some kind of I don't know, just something low key so he's not ruined, right? Self-surrender, I guess, is what they call it. But anyway,
I mean, the easy solution to this would be not allow someone else to record you when you're having sex and then pretend.
So that's the thing.
And don't pretend you still have rights to that footage once you leave the house.
Yeah, Cherry says that she never consented to being recorded at all of any kind. And I think that she actually says that he never asked her, he never talked about it, nothing. What they've released so far is an audio recording. Apparently, there's also video that she didn't consent to. And in the audio, you never hear her say that she consents. And that backs her story up. And so, yeah,
it's odd because there are so many, and the reason like she's a little odd to me with that, and it strikes me that way, is because so many people were being recorded by him that it's like, I'm almost tempted to think people just assumed that was the standard when you got in the bedroom with them, was assume the cameras were on.
Well, I see. The thing is, I don't think that he let them kind of talk amongst each other about that, right? And so, and also don't forget meth.
Yeah,
meth. You do not make the best decisions on drugs. You probably make worse decisions on meth. I'm just saying.
Well, at least when you're using meth, at least your thoughts can really crystallize.
Oh my goodness, wow.
Touche.
Well, it's like the funny thing is, and like I've heard a few people bring this up, and I see what, and this is the funny thing. Like, this is why so many people in his, like, within that sphere are upset, is because he always had the dialogue for so many years about, like, what a safe person he is when they're doing their bedroom degen shit.
Yeah.
So, and ultimately in that kind of group where all they want to do is whatever bizarre shit they want, like, that's their golden standard. Their golden standard for everything is I consent.
Yeah, and I think that, well, I think it has to be the golden standard for them, because anything else gets them locked up in jail.
Yeah.
So, I think, you know, and again, I don't know a whole story. I think it's very odd how many people have made complaints, and yet that it's very quiet. To me, that signals like a massive investigation going on. You know, people, you know, law enforcement telling people to shut their fucking mouths. Again, I do believe that everyone knew, but nobody wanted to say anything, right? Or they couldn't say anything. And I think the real problem with the Cherry case, I honestly think that she might have suspected that he recorded based on what she probably heard from other girls, but she didn't know until Pixie came forward that that information had been leaked. And again, we don't know how much has been leaked, but the investigation's going to find out, right? Like, whatever server he used, whatever email he used, however that went away, however that was disseminated, the FBI is exceptionally good at finding it. And again, Meth, you're not on your best game. You're not doing the best job that you could. You think you are, right? You ever seen Wolf of Wall Street, when he's like trying to drive the Lambo on Ludes, and he thinks he's doing a fucking great job, and then the reality is he crashed like 10,000.
Oh, is it the old that old episode of Family Guy where Lois and Peter start smoking weed again? They think they're brilliant at the concert, and Chris plays them the recording, and they're just screaming with a guitar.
Right. Wrongful Rage comes in with another $9.99. Damn, another Coomer Crystal for the Axe game. Take your price, sir. That's right.
With how much we spend on the FBI, isn't there better things the FBI could do than figure out how a video leaked of some Twitch pole girl sucking a gay man's dick?
There probably is, but it's also useful for that.
Yeah. It's just one of those weird things that it's like, now you sit back and go, we're spending federal resources on this. I hope we all realize that.
Right. It has gone federal because it's crossed state lines. It's been disseminated on the internet.
Oh.
So it's federal. That's why he's not being arrested in Florida right now. The only reason that I think the only reason he's still walking around right now today, free as a bird, is because it's federal and not state. I think the state of Florida would have already locked his ass up.
Most likely.
So, but especially some of the unkind things he said about the governor of governor of Florida. One would think that that would not go well for him in a public light. No, if the FBI actually get rid of Destiny, is probably the only good thing it would do in a year. Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that.
I mean, look, the FBI. Let's be honest. We just got to keep the faith. They're gonna capture that pesky Al Capone any day now and disband as intended upon when they were formed.
Yeah. You know,
any day now, right, Grid?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, again, I think that all three-letter agencies ought to go away. I don't think there's, you know, like FCC. What do they really do?
Nothing
now with the internet, really.
Yeah.
Like the internet totally like rooted around them. So it's like the more people cut the cord away from television, it's like the less authority of any meaning they actually have. Because they don't step out, and they've never stepped out and tried to regulate the internet in the U.S. People get in the streets over it.
But
yes, James.
But really, what does any three-letter agency do for us?
Get in the way.
None.
Nothing. Just get in the way. Yeah, like Wally said, just get in the way.
EPA costs us a shit ton of money every year. The EPA is why your power bill is as high as it is.
Well, a lot of what the EPA does is just it's feel-good shit. Same reason why the government even has shit like the Endangered Species Act to begin with.
The EPA is just another tax collection agency.
Yep.
Yep.
You want? Oh, wait. You built your factory within a mile of a river. Oh, you've got to pay us a land use tax because you might accidentally leak something other than cow shit into the river. Oh, wait, you have a ranch next to a river? Well, you leak cow shit into the river, so you need to pay us a EPA impact fee. Yeah, fuck those guys. It's just another tax agency. Same thing with FAA. FAA, the only thing the FAA should be in charge of is commercial aviation. They should leave private aviation alone. All they did was make it super fucking expensive so that people fly less, they have less proficiency, and they crash more. It's literally like saying that you could how good a driver would you be if you could only drive your car one day a week? All right.
You wouldn't be very good.
Right.
Because you don't get the damn practice.
Yeah. So the FAA needs to go the fuck away.
Well, that's the reason why a lot of like international travel, especially, is like you can get some places that sound expensive for a decent price, but it's pretty dependent on how much bullshit you're willing to deal with in the travel process.
Yeah. So in between the EPA and the agency that has to do with the safety, what is it? It's the not NAFTA. NAFTA's the free trade agreement.
OSHA.
Well, OSHA's the one.
OSHA's
No, the one that does like the crash standards for cars and things like that.
Oh,
I don't deal with it every day. So
I'm hearing it in my head, but it's not pulling together.
NTSB, thank you. The NTSB.
Yeah.
All of those agencies. You know why your car costs $70,000 fucking dollars?
Safety regulations.
All the safety regulations. Got to have airbags, baby. Got to have airbags. Not that if you had the option of not having airbags, you would choose the non-airbag option. But the fact that they have to have them cost, and they have to pay an inspection fee. They have to do all of these things that the NTSB requires.
Yeah.
I mean it started with seat belts. I told you fuckers when I was like 14 years old that this was not going to end. We got mandatory seatbelt laws when I was about 16. And now look at us. Just look at us. $70,000 pickup trucks.
I mean, I never liked it when I was younger and they got rid of smoking sections in places.
Oh, yeah. You can't. I don't know who controls the smoking sections, but you can't smoke in public anymore.
That was Department of Health shit.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can't smoke anywhere.
Department of Health, the Department of Education. Basically, any three-letter agency just needs to go the way of the fucking dodo.
I should take it back. You can't smoke.
The Department of Agriculture. What do those guys really do?
The problem I always had with it was like even if because they found a lot of problems at the time looking back with the secondhand smoke studies in the 90s. There were absolutely a lot of problems with them going back to the late 80s. But like even if you just grant them that like okay, secondhand smoke is giving everybody cancer that we say it is, well, it's still the right of the restaurant to allow smoking inside if they want. It's a private business. It's not government property.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have no problem with it as long as they do section it off for those who don't want to.
Well, it's
with,
the way
smoke.
like it would work. The way you would assume it works with a private business is that if McDonald's allows smoking in there and Five Guys doesn't, then somebody who's bitching about cigarette smoke can go to the other burger joint.
True.
That's true.
I mean, of course, I'd be the one vaping
absolutely
in there,
right.
but
The Department of Agriculture has more to do with loaning money to farms and controlling financial stuff than it does with making our food healthy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, because then that goes over into like, you know, FDA shit and like so many things that like you'd think they could at least condense some of those departments or combine them and actually do the shared functions. But
I think it's just crazy that you cannot, as a grown ass adult, go to a bar, drink actual alcohol, and smoke if you want to do so.
Oh yeah.
I don't see why they even got rid of that at
Like,
bars.
I don't go to bars, but if Wally wants to go out after work and soak in stale cigarette smoke and whiskey, he should damn well be allowed to do so.
And you know, if I was doing that after work, that would be the most happening breakfast place in the morning anywhere in the damn world.
I have to wonder if that's why bars lost so much people is because they're not allowed smoking there. Because most people that go to a bar smoke.
That's awesome.
I mean,
yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with healthy farms. That's right. I mean, it's very interesting. I just can't, man. I just can't get I just can't express my disdain properly for all of the agencies that regulate things in this country. It just sucks balls.
Too much regulation.
And I've had the argument with like the whole weed legalization where people say it's like, oh, if we legalized all other drugs, it would be just like
I pissed them all off
weed.
the other night. I pissed literally all of them off the other night because I said that all drugs should be legal. Why?
I've made the point when I've had that argument that I'm like, the difference between marijuana and say like cocaine is we've have decades of research now in favor of marijuana. We have a generally good public perception about marijuana when you're asking people their opinion. You have a lot of states that have passed it because of that. Mm-hmm. I don't think we're going to reach a point where we all sit down together and collectively enough of us go, you know, guys, I think we've been wrong on this crack thing. We should all have have a better opinion of crack than we do.
So,
like, heroin, people aren't going to suddenly get a better opinion of heroin than they have yesterday because it's now legal. People aren't going to think it's good.
Yeah,
they're going to see what it does to people, and they're going to be like, no, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's an interesting thing, right? So, like, when we start talking about, like, banning drugs, right? Everybody has the same exact thing. Well, do you want kids down the street doing heroin or, you know, smoking rocks of crack on the corner? No, obviously I don't want those things, but my town can enforce that law. My personal taxes, I can spend my taxes on that, right? When people dislike this part of American history, but the reality is up until like, I think it was like 1948 or 49, morphine was over the counter, baby. You could go down and buy straight heroin. Cocaine was in Coca-Cola until like 1960 something.
I thought it was like the 50s that it was okay to get. I think we'd say heroin.
Well, became a prescription drug in like, I want to say it's probably the early 50s.
Yeah. I thought it was somewhere
in the late 1800s. We literally had opium dens in New York City.
Yeah, because it was definitely illegal by Vietnam, because after Vietnam, because during Vietnam, that's when you had those guys like Frank Lucas with the smuggling operations that were like using coffins to smuggle the opium back into the state from
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. They were doing all that crazy stuff with smuggling all, because that was when the drug war started. It was like sometime after Vietnam, I think it was.
That's the funny thing, is that people who see like people who may have seen like the American Gangster movie back in like the early 2000s don't really understand. Like, you watch the actual interviews with Frank Lucas, he's an unrepentant piece of shit. He's proud of every damn thing he did.
Yeah, no, he absolutely was. But he also, he was also let's be really honest about it. He didn't care anything about what the product was. He just was selling the product. It could have been cars if it had made him the same amount of money. He was just moving whatever, right? But I guess my point overall is that we decided to wage a war on drugs in this country for political reasons, not health reasons, not because parents were unable to keep their kids off of drugs. Matter of fact, it was because of the war on drugs that parents, in my opinion, parents decided that they no longer needed to
worry about it.
So they no longer needed.
Yeah, the government's out there.
Because the government, Big Daddy
government's out there going to keep your kids off drugs now.
Right? Yeah.
Big Daddy government.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it, because why would you have to worry about it? And because of that, it created the black market. It created literally everything that is bad about drugs. When and it's, I get it, Raging Patriot. I get it. A lot of people, look, I just don't care. I think that people, it's wild to me. It's wild to me that on the one hand, we allow doctors to prescribe whatever the fuck they want. But we make all these street drugs illegal, which okay, that's fine. But it's been proven that the mass amount of opioid abuse in this country is not because kids are going out and getting hooked on the street. It's because doctors are prescribing opioids to fucking teenagers in massive amounts.
Yeah,
and then when once they're hooked, they have to go do that.
Well, and the companies were pushing that to the doctors like crazy.
That goes back to the debate I had a week or so ago about how the doc, they wanted to blame the marketing company for the effectiveness, but the reality was it was the drug company itself that represented OxyContin as non-addictive. It was a non-addictive opioid. What the fuck? What, seriously? And so they were just prescribing these things to fucking kids who would come in with a knee injury from football or whatever, and they put them on fucking opioids instead of just saying, "Hey, soak your knee twice a day, ice it down, and put take a couple ibuprofen once in a while." This is the real fucking deal, man.
Well, you had places where it's like you would have like free clinics that would be open like late at night, and people would just be showing up, paying the money to get seen, get a prescription, and walk out the door. And a doctor would be doing that for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Just writing the scripts and collecting like $50, $100 for the prescription to get written for.
That's insane.
I don't think that it's
like, what is that if not a drug deal transaction, as we would define that by any other measure? The only difference is you got to walk over to a pharmacy once you got that prescription. But
Yeah.
You're just giving the doctor some bullshit for them to scribble on the paper and handing them money to write you the prescription. It's a drug deal at that point.
It's just pretty crazy, right? The amount of the direction we've gone with drug control in this country is nuts, and it's not working. I would rather this is and I'll tell you what this is my philosophy. Well, if I were president, if I were king for a day, king of America, here's where it is. I'd deregulate all drugs. You can buy anything you want in the supermarket. I don't give a fuck. But if you get addicted, you get one shot at state-funded rehab. One. You get clean, you go on about your business, no harm, no foul. After that, if your parents can pay for it, you get addicted to drugs or something, great. If you can't, and you OD or you rob somebody and get put in jail, hey man, that's your free will. I'm sorry. That's the way it is.
No, exactly.
Yeah, I would. I actually, Raging Patriot, I absolutely would. Because I am not here. I'm not put on the earth to judge my fellow man in such large amounts. I don't know. Maybe you're hurting, man. Maybe you need the drug. I don't know. I don't care either. The thing is that at the end of the day, we've turned drugs into the sign of the devil.
See, I wouldn't even provide any government funded rehab because I think I think
you have to. I think you have to just because, well, at least in my state you would, because that's just who we are, right? In Tennessee, we operate at we would do that.
Where my concern is,
I don't know.
Like where my concern is like you had I remember when there was a lot more of the opioid problem in New England, you had a lot of places, you had a lot of states, a lot of places started funding rehab centers and building new ones more than you did the states actually doing anything practical about the opioid problem itself. They were just posturing their political friends to make a big profit on the back end by all these people who were going to need
no, you're right.
So that's why it's like I get a little iffy on combating the drug issue if you incentivize the back end of the problem as well, which is why I think it's best to be like, no, if people sincerely want to get help, that's on them. We don't want to incentivize people to build rehab facilities with millions of dollars worth of checks because they're going to need more people coming in constantly who need rehab to make money.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what I would say is simply just get rid of all the non-natural, like medical stuff, as far as like the prescription pills, and that's all I would say. Then legalize everything that's natural, like marijuana and everything.
See, I have to wonder, James, how many of the people who were probably getting involved in like grants to build rehab centers probably had their hands in the actual drug smuggling themselves, and we're now making money off the back end.
Yeah, they're create the own demand, right? I like what Anson Knowles here says about, I don't want my government to have the power required to regulate drugs. It puts them inside our homes in a perverse way. Yeah, I get that. So, like Conan Doyle, who wrote Sherlock Holmes, used heroin and cocaine. Right? You guys know that? Live a long life too.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I remember that because I've read all the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the original Sherlock Holmes stories, he used a 7% cocaine.
Well, I don't even think the stuff was all over the place back then either. It's not like there was ever like a massive supply of it. I don't think.
I think that's the other thing is that it wasn't because, first of all, you had to be able to afford it, and most people couldn't. Second, people didn't have the time to fuck around. Right? Like, you didn't have people sitting around, like me, like, well, I don't actually sit around that much, but there weren't people that could take 3 hours like I do now and just do a fucking stream, or sit in front of a whatever the fuck that like a gamer chair or something and live stream 24 hours of video games and shit. That didn't exist.
Yeah.
But you can't argue. It's very hard for me to argue against drug use when we're perfectly okay with alcohol. We're perfectly okay now with pot. We're perfectly okay with other addictive forms of behavior. And the reason that I believe, bear with me here a minute, the reason I believe that we have such an addiction problem now is we have such limited stimulation in the world. People don't read anymore. People don't create. They don't do sculptures. They don't paint. They're literally, we compared to our predecessors, we are lumps of fucking clay that are unformed.
No, and the technology created the supply problem with a lot of those drugs that when they that several hundred years ago weren't an issue. But when you can suddenly load up a plane and dump 10 tons of heroin on people, it's a little more common than it probably was in Victorian England. So right. I think some of that is we were fine with it when there wasn't a supply problem. And then when the technology created the problem, we really didn't know what to do with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I think there's not enough struggle in life, too much comfort in life. There's way too much profit once it was made illegal, and you couldn't just wander down to the druggist and buy some. Once it was legal or illegal, the price skyrocketed, and once there's money to be made, once there's that kind of money to be made in something, you're not stopping it. What's more is that the people who have that money don't want that interfered with, and they want to make more money, so they're going to make it more legal.
Yep.
And then when it's legal, the prices go down.
Well, and that's also how, and then it's that's how you end up with the level of money is why you have some cartels that have that practically are a military in the countries they operate in. It's like that scene in RoboCop where the guy asks the executive, "Do you have any military grade firepower?" And he goes, "Dude, we practically are the military."
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting. I don't know, man. I get both sides of the argument. For me, I have tried for years to make a great argument for drugs being or narcotics being controlled. Because you understand that drugs are not illegal. Heroin's not illegal. You can buy heroin in every state. All you need is a prescription. You can buy fentanyl in every single state in the union. All you need is a prescription.
And people can get them. They're desperate enough.
So the reality is that my argument is not to decriminalize drugs. My argument is, because we don't need to do that. My argument is really, why is it that we're allowing doctors control over these things when the doctors are the ones that are getting you hooked to begin with? Fucking Anson Knowles coming in hot, just like me. I agree. I'm a constitutional conservative, and there's nothing about controlling drugs in the Constitution. Not one little thing.
Well, it's
there's nothing about public Constitution.
Well, you look at that would be if somebody said back 30 years ago, the biggest way we could deal with all these pro wrestlers doing drugs everywhere is if we just banned pro wrestling. No, those people are going to go into other pro sports. They're going to go into modeling, fitness, acting. They're going to go into another profession that would have given you easy access to drugs back in the 80s and 90s if they couldn't wrestle. Let's be real. It was not the profession, it was the people. So it's, in a lot of ways, you could say it's not the heroin, it's the person. Most people aren't going to use it. Most people aren't going to go anywhere near it. Some people will. And then a portion of those people will really mess themselves up because that's who they probably are in that situation.
All right, this is a hot button topic, but I'm tabling this for now. Wally, since I've got you here, I want to read you this debate prompt. I want to do about 10, 20 minutes of just kind of back and forth with you on it. James, you're welcome to stay. You can jump down if you want. I don't.
We're preparing grid for tonight, James. I think that's what we're about to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's and again, guys, my personal viewpoints on a lot of things have very little to do with anything. So don't get bent. Don't get your nuts in a wad. It's okay. Yeah, Ghost 1978. I'm sure your mom was prescribed all kinds of narcotics. So I found I did not. One of the things that really changed my mind about this subject was while I'm looking for the prompt here. One of the things that really changed my mind on this subject was the sheer when I started researching it, the sheer number of kids that get hooked, but they're not getting hooked because their buddy down the street is giving it to them. They're getting hooked because a doctor somewhere prescribes them fucking opioids because they tore up their knee playing football, or they break a leg, or they do something else, and they the first thing they do is prescribe fucking opioids for the pain, which is fucking stupid. Tough it out, kid. Yeah, it's gonna hurt for a few days.
Or they're getting hooked on, or they're getting introduced to it because they're getting hooked on like the ADD medications like Adderall.
Yeah, right.
Which is honestly, I would say the ADD meds are probably, like, from the people I have known all the way back to high school, people I knew in college and afterwards, ADD meds are a bigger gateway drug, I think, to harder drug use.
Well, Adderall for fucking A is. I mean, Adderall's so close to meth that it's like, I literally use the two terms interchangeably now.
Yeah.
So here's my debate prompt, Wally. Since taking office, it seems Donald Trump has been singularly focused on keeping his campaign promise of initiating mass deportations of undocumented citizens. Now, that's the first problem with this debate prompt, but there's more. It's written by a leftist. I just want you to just hold on. This is made obvious by his rhetoric, an executive order attacking birthright citizenship. He didn't attack it. He clarified it. It's okay. I understand. And now military flights physically sending immigrants back. C-130s rolling down the strip, boys. However, it does not come without pushback, both foreign and domestic. A federal judge has attempted, it did not actually block, but has attempted to block his executive order and claimed it was blatantly unconstitutional. But don't think that that's upheld. I need to look. I need to check and see where we're at on that at this time. Colombia has, at least initially, rejected military flights full of immigrants. And then, hold on. Trump is now threatening a trade war with them. He didn't threaten. He straight up said,
tariff,
motherfucker. And they folded like the cheap house of cards they are. And
Colombia
Colombia
is having a shitload of problems right now as we speak at the same time because a bunch of peace negotiations broke down with a lot of the guerrilla groups that were still active. So now they're back to fighting.
Yeah.
So we've kind of just sandwiched them in the middle of a mess. And I think that helped, saying, hey, tariffs.
Yeah.
Colombia's always had trouble with their government. It's always been unstable.
Well, it's not the government, it's the guerrillas.
Yeah, the government's actually stable in Colombia. It's a nice place, but
yeah, it's all the former FARC groups that don't want to disarm that are the issue.
Yeah. Other Latin American countries are also making their displeasure known. Who cares? Do you think the overall project of mass deportations is worth the cost to the American people? Fucking
yes.
I do.
And it's not going to be that expensive. Like, I've brought this up.
It's going to save us money. It's going to save us money.
I feel like I've been saying this for weeks now. And I've been reminding people of this ever since it was first talked about when Trump ran in 2015. We have done mass deportations before, targeted ones, but we've done it. We've done it all the way back to Eisenhower. He was the first president to do it.
1,000 people.
Yeah,
15,000 or 18,000.
Yeah, Eisenhower rounded them up, did a targeted mass deportation of them. And what happened? A lot of people in the country who were here illegally at the time got the message, and they left on their own because they didn't want to get dragged out.
Yeah. All right, prompt's not over yet. Is it worth the cost of the American people? Costs such as higher grocery prices, that's horseshit, let alone the human toll. Not really sure what it means there.
What human?
Do you think Trump was elected with a mandate that he must follow? Fuck yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Or would it be better if America took a more bipartisan, comprehensive approach to immigration reform? That's the prompt. He links to some news articles from NBC News about how Colombia agreed to Trump's deportation terms after the tariffs, obviously, and then of course he links to it's basically all NBC bullshit. And then Admiral Gibbs comes in with the nut punch that Ilhan Omar did in fact marry her brother and said she would do that she would do what she had to do to get him papers to keep him in the U.S. Then she's denied that many, many times. Many, many times. And this is Admiral Gibbs comes in with that on the backside as, hey, absolutely, we need to deport these people. So Wally, let me present my argument to you, and then you pick it apart for me, okay?
Let's do what we can.
All right. So my position is that 100% I back what Donald Trump is doing. There's absolutely nothing that you can demonstrate in by any metric that shows that illegal immigration benefits America at all. While I will grant that currently there are undocumented illegals working on farms doing farm work as part of the migrant worker culture, those people have been here for a very, very long time and are not part of the problem that began 7, 8 years ago with the exodus from office of Obama. Obama opened the borders. He wanted it. He basically, while he said that he deported more people than anyone else, the actual fact is that the border was so open that he would deport people at breakfast and they would be back in time to have lunch. And it was absolutely an open border policy. And so the migrant worker fact has never been a factor. What we're actually talking about are the people that were deported under back as far as Biden, who were criminals. They killed people. They were documented as criminals. And then sanctuary cities were set up saying that you can't deport these people. We've been trying for 10 years to get rid of them. And now here we are. And now Trump's policies are such that he is specifically targeting those people, the criminals, the people who walked across the border with no purpose other than to disrupt American life and leech off of the American system. These are not workers that he's going after. He has not raided a single migrant farm worker facility. He is raiding, point of fact, this is uncontested, he is only raiding inner city drug facilities, flop houses where these people go and collect checks from our government and live in squalor while taking advantage of our money. They could live better, but they choose not to. They choose not to become citizens. We only have to look as far as New York City, and the fact that they took over mass hotels to house these people. We need to get rid of them. We bust them in there, we can bust them out. Airplanes, pilots need hours. They need to stay current. We need pilots flying, and I would rather them fly full bore, full of illegals out of the country than fly around empty for hours, getting their time in. Let's go. Let's keep our pilots great. As far as in this whole trade war thing, I like it. Tariffs are the wave of the future. Every country on the planet, pardon me, every nation on the planet has a tariff against the U.S. on something, on one thing or the other, and we tariff nobody except Canada, and that's only because, well, they're our bitch. So it's a growth industry. We need to tariff every fucking body over something. It's just the wave of the future. And as far as this idea of undocumented citizens, fuck that. Take that shit out of here because it doesn't matter. I couldn't read that. The light was playing on it. What does it say?
Make pilots fly
again. Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
Actually, it should probably read more like make pilot flying great again.
James, we got to be hip with the young people. We try to make pilots fly again, my brother.
Yeah, I mean, I really have to push back against the terminology of undocumented citizens. If you are undocumented, you are not a fucking citizen. A citizen is a legal definition, and you cannot, never should, and never will refer to someone who walks across the border as in bad faith, as illegally, as a citizen until they've earned that right to be called a citizen. As far as the birthright citizenship, that was clarified decades ago. All Trump is doing is mandating that definition be adhered to. There was nowhere in the 14th that allows you to come across a border, have a baby, and then anchor yourself to that baby to get citizenship for an entire family. It was never the intent. It's never been the intent, and it should never be the intent. We are a welcoming country. We take in refugees from all over the world when they're actual refugees and when they've been vetted. We can't continue to allow unvetted, undocumented people to just walk across the border when we have no idea who they are, what they're going to do. As far as the impact on the economy, I think it's a positive impact, at least on New York, Denver, and California, because their tax dollars can now go to paying for roads and bridges and quality of life of their citizens rather than housing illegal immigrants who do not fucking work, who do nothing but take from this country. You can't prove me wrong on this. There simply is literally no documentation that they do anything but cash my tax checks, and that's wrong. As a taxpayer, I'm morally and economically offended, and I think that deporting them is honestly the best approach, because my approach would be to just solve the problem the old-fashioned way with a 22 to the back of the head. I rest my case.
I would say, because I've brought this up in some immigration arguments over the past few months, I would actually say I think I agree with everything you're saying, and I think we need to go one step further. We need to take the asylum treaties the U.S. is involved in. We need to rip them up and wipe our asses with the scraps and come up with something better.
So so when someone does bring up the asylum treaties, the best rebuttal I have for that, and please pick it apart if you can, not one nation has honored their side of any of these asylum treaties. They do not vet these people as they're supposed to. They do not house them as they're supposed to. They do not transport them as they're supposed to. When we have an asylum treaty with a nation, those people come here in the worst faith. It's not even bad faith. It is the worst faith. And all it does is insult Americans that we uphold our end of a deal that nobody else holds their end up on.
Yeah, I mean, look at right now in the Middle East. For over a year now, they've tried saying, like, well, maybe Egypt needs to take some of these Palestinians in that can't stay. Maybe Jordan needs to do it. And they're both like, nah, I don't think we will. Sorry.
Right.
Like, Egypt's response was to close the Gaza border crossing that they shared.
Correct. Right. We only have to look at the entire rest of the world for an example of what we should do. Egypt said, no, you can't come here. Jordan said, no, you can't come here. Are we currently boycotting or otherwise engaged in any kind of discerning activity towards Egypt? No, we respect their right as a country to say, fuck no, assholes, you can't come here. The same thing with Jordan. Are we engaged in strong arming Jordan into taking refugees from the Gaza Strip? Fuck no, we're not. Matter of fact, we support the Jordanians' right to secure their borders. So why is it that everywhere in the world we support people securing their borders except in our own fucking country?
And you know what's funny is for how much every country supposedly cares about Ukraine, I don't think we're complying with conscription orders that the government is sending to citizens abroad.
Right.
So we're certainly not rounding up the Ukrainians living abroad and sending them home to fight like the government wants to make them do.
I mean, send them home is better than
because really they need to replace the international community. If you're going to have an asylum treaty system, it needs to be replaced with something that works much better. It shouldn't be like meeting and having a list of triggers that you have to meet for political factors in your country to be able to consider like a political refugee. We need to have that clarified better. And it shouldn't be a free travel pass when it happens. It should be, no, you can go to the closest and safest country that is not also experiencing those triggers. And you can get asylum there. It's not, hey, we're going to take you out of Rwanda and put you in New York City just because you want to go there.
Yeah, right. And you know what Mr. Mister says here, the asylum is the excuse for sanctuary cities. We really have to understand, ladies and gentlemen, that as much as you may want it to be the case that America is open for business for the entire rest of the world, it simply isn't. And it never has been. Ever since the beginning of the country, there have been standards for people to come here. You didn't just become a citizen because you wanted to become a citizen. It's since the founding of the country, it's been that way. So there's never been asylum just randomly given, and there's never been sanctuary cities until just recently. And in one of those sanctuary cities, we saw a young lady sitting on a bench looking out into the harbor who was shot in the head by a literal criminal who had been deported multiple times and had just literally walked across the border the day before and already had another firearm. He already had money in his pocket. He literally had no concerns about anything, and he shot this poor lady in the back of the head. Now, obviously, we think he was firing at somebody else, maybe the drug deal gone bad or whatever. The end result is the same: is that a tax-paying citizen of the United States was killed by a foreign national. We also have to quit calling. Matter of fact, I may do this in my opening. We have to quit calling these illegal immigrants. They're not immigrants. They're foreign fucking nationals. You immigrate when you apply for immigration. You're not an immigrant. You're not a migrant. You're none of those things. You're a foreign national.
Well, and also I would say we need to get rid of that term undocumented, because really by saying undocumented, it's almost like their side is granting that these people have a legal right to be here. They're just not documented right now.
Right. Yeah.
So it's like you're supposing that if you then vet that person, they're fine. You just got to document them, and that's not true.
And they have no right to be here. They should be back at their home or the country.
And that's why I say, James, the problem with using the term undocumented is that it's very charitable to people who are here illegally. It's almost like it's supposing they would be fine if you just vetted them, and that's not the case.
Yeah,
apparently, sovereign citizens also identify as foreign nationals. We should also deport them.
and we need to
look, at least when we round up the sovereign citizens, they'll ask if they're being detained in English.
Yeah, right. And also, you know, it is the law in the United States that you are required to know English. There's a law.
I didn't know that was the
national language, pal.
Well, I knew we
all documents are in English.
And it probably would be our national language.
All documents are in English. You know, to fly an airplane, you have to know English. in every country in the fucking world.
Huh. Did not know that. Because I don't fly airplanes.
I believe it also is a requirement to be a ship's captain and or radio officer.
Wow.
You must know English.
Grid, you're familiar with you've been a businessman a long time. You're probably familiar with some international travel. So you probably have seen a travel insurance policy for business a time or two. And I have to and if that's the case, you might share my curiosity. How many countries that we get asylum seekers from would actually meet how many of those countries would actually meet the triggers for a political evacuation under an insurance policy? Haiti definitely would.
That's a great question. It's a great question. I don't know.
Normally for political evacuation, if you under a travel insurance policy, you need like certain things need to happen. Like basically like the government operation has to be completely disrupted. So like a military takeover. Or you have instances like the airports are shut down, or the country is closing their airspace, or they're closing the land borders. Like you're having some way of free travel restricted, and that would trigger an evacuation protocol to be covered.
So the I did not know this. Apparently, you are supposed to speak English to have a CDL. I did not know that, but they've managed to get it out of a Cracker Jack box for these illegals, I guess. Yeah.
And this is why this has always been a conversation that I've hated, because I hate how lefties try to justify this, where it's like, well, we need to learn the other languages. Why? I'm not going to Japan. I don't need to speak fucking Japanese.
Yeah.
Now, if 100 people from Tokyo decide to stand in my backyard and I can't talk to them, they're the ones creating the communication problem, not me. You've stepped into the English-speaking person's yard.
I'm not really sure. Pangolingolier.
I don't even know if it has. I don't even know if it was, but if it was recently, it would have been under Trump.
Yeah, he would have done that shit for sure. Google will know. ChatGPT will know.
Because this is the thing, is like what they're always going to come back to on these arguments, Grid. It's always going to come back to compassion. So if they start going the humanitarian route, I would say you got to hammer them down on defining what compassion is.
In 2006, actually, the U.S. Senate passed an amendment to the immigration law that would have made English the official language. However, the bill never passed the House. So technically, I guess it's not. However, all legal documents in the United States are only legal if they're in English. You cannot fly an airplane if you do not speak English in the world.
Even if you're sending out documents internationally, like when I've had to send insurance documents out to people, like they have to go out to an international hospital's office in English. If they need to get them translated, that's on them to have them translated, but we have to have proof we sent them in English.
And again, CDL, apparently, I did not know that. Marine, if you want to be a captain of a ship in the world, you're going to do it in English. And I think the reason behind the shipping and the airplane stuff is because it's the most common language spoken in the world, or it was at the time. And so that became the standard. So the FAA, again, it's just America throwing its big dick around. Okay. So the FAA dictates to every country that you cannot fly into the United States airspace if your pilots do not speak English. And therefore, all other countries have mandated that you cannot fly a plane without knowing English. Now, you might be able to get a private pilot's license in like Czechoslovakia or some shit like that without knowing English. I don't know. But you can't fly internationally, period, and have an actual pilot's license without knowing English. The same thing happens with Marine. You can't be a ship's captain or a radio officer and not. Now you can be a deckhand all day long and only speak fucking Filipino, like all of them do. But the rest, you got to be something else.
And I mean, that was good thinking, assuming an Eastern Bloc European.
In America,
bribe your way to a pilot's license if you don't speak English in the Eastern Bloc.
Yeah. So in the so I'm a pilot in America. For 100% sure, even you cannot get any kind of pilot certificate without knowing English. Period. So.
And also, probably if you can't read numbers, that should be a requirement.
Yeah. You have to be able to do basic math.
Yeah, Tango, they're going to drag this whole debate into being humanitarian. So just be prepared to tell them to define what compassion is.
Give me your best anti-immigration humanitarian argument, so I can.
Well, they're gonna. I would think at least one of them is going to just start going down that road where it's not compassionate, and that's where it's just you got to be ready to hop on them and go, "What's compassionate here?" Like, what does compassion actually look like? Because if it looks like we're just completely conceding our sovereignty to every Tom, Dick, and Harry that comes in, then that's not compassionate to us.
So I have this other point of view. Let me lay this out for you. How compassionate is it that we let the best and brightest, or even the middle of the line citizens from other countries come here rather than stay in their own countries and improve them? How humane is it really to have every other country in the world turning into a shithole because they all want to come here and we let them in? We used to control immigration based on that. We would not let people come here because, well, you're a billionaire in fucking Dubai, so stay there.
Yeah, and then you look at how it works in a lot of these other and you look at a lot of other countries, and it's become so controversial.
Wait to see how
Mr. Boulay and the Department of
it's become
Numismatics
so
donated $10 super chat. Die einziger Sprache, die Herr Boulay kennt, ist die von Gold und Silber.
It doesn't speak German, brother. It doesn't speak German. The TTS does not failed at speaking German. And I'm not even going to try. I appreciate that. I know the Einzig Sprach. Mr. Boulay is the gold and silver. Yeah, got that. All right. But yeah. Yeah. So anyway, that's interesting. Yeah, it probably would speak German if I use a German voice for it. I might try that. I may re-trigger that on the next show just to see. The language is gold and silver. Gotcha. Thank you, Charles Darwin. I'm an uneducated American. I speak English and finance.
I don't know enough German to speak German.
I gotta say, I can almost understand, as much as I support getting rid of the birthright citizenship, the way the system is. I can understand it, because I think we all know, like, as a red-blooded American patriot, you see fertile foreign territory and you just want to colonize it.
Yeah.
Or just make it your puppet.
Yes. Very right, James.
We do that a lot. We make a lot of people our puppets.
We're the only country.
I was talking about women, but good job, James.
Oh, okay.
We're one of the only countries that have birthright citizenship. Did you know that?
We are.
We're one of the only ones.
Huh. I did not know that.
So, yeah. So almost none of Europe has unrestricted birthright citizenship.
No, I have a friend I know. He's been married for like 4 or 5 years. Like he lives in another country right now. His wife is a natural citizen there. They just had a daughter last year, and like he's still going through the citizenship process, even though he's been living there the whole time. Like still,
universal
some of those
birthright
countries it takes a long time, and it's way more difficult than here.
Yeah. Universal birthright citizenship was restricted or abolished in Britain, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, and India in recent decades. In 2004, Ireland ended unrestricted birthright citizenship after 79% of voters supported a constitutional amendment to do so. The Dominican Republic abolished birthright citizenship in 2013. They said, no, we don't want you fuckers coming here and becoming a citizen just because you have a kid on our soil.
You know why Dominican Republic did that? That's because of Haiti.
Yeah.
Their only concern there was Haitians coming across the border and claiming birthright citizenship.
So mostly Canada, which I'm not sure, I don't think they're completely birthright citizenship. The United States, most of Central America and South America are the only countries that allow birthright citizenship.
Yeah, I don't know why, and I don't know why some people feel the need that we need to hold to this minority standard that most countries don't adhere to. Why do we need to keep it going? Because the other thing that they're not going to want to talk about the fact that, like, let's be real, the border issue is a political pressure release valve in Mexico too. Mexico manipulates border security for political gain all the time. They make it just as much of a hot button issue over there as it is here. But here we say Mexico should be taking care of its own problems and we should be taking care of ours, and that's how it's supposed to work.
So here's the thing about this is that apparently I think there's like 30 something countries throughout the world that have some form of birthright citizenship. The problem is that unconditional birthright citizenship is almost unheard of. Mexico, to become a Mexican citizen, I was just looking this up. Let me see. I'm looking up the requirements. I'm just curious. Immigration requirements for Mexico vary depending on the type of visa or residency sought. For permanent, for citizenship, you must live legally in Mexico for 5 years, pass exams on Mexican history and culture, apply for naturalization. If married to a Mexican citizen or have Mexican-born children, the residency period is reduced to 2 years. You can do an employment visa there. And let's see. But you can't just go live there just because you want to.
Yeah.
We'll deport your ass.
I mean, maybe they'd I think another way they could get away with this easily is like I think you'll probably see people like throw the public a bone and tell the lefties like, hey, we can make the marriage visas easier or simpler to get.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the only thing.
They're going to bring up H-1B1 again. It's going to happen. We all know it will.
I don't care. The thing about H-1B is H-1B is irrelevant.
And because I think part of the problem is like with it being, because those are usually like they're short term. So it's like the thing that gets me is like, why would you want those to be short term if you want smart people? Shouldn't you be bringing people in who are going to be loyal to the country and not loyal to their pocketbook?
So while Mexico does have birthright citizenship, one of your parents must be Mexican.
Huh.
So so everybody who cringed at the final scene in Forever Purge, it wasn't accurate. That woman did not give birth to a Mexican citizen.
I don't know what you're talking about, but that's it. Yeah. A Mexican citizen.
It was the last Purge movie they did. My son and I have sat through all of them because we secretly hate ourselves and like to suffer through them.
Yeah, I was going to say I've never even watched one of them.
That's great.
I don't watch TV though. I don't watch TV, and I really don't watch movies anymore.
A couple of them aren't bad, but most of the Purge movies are pretty awful just because it's so it's ultimately like it's politically leftist bullshit, and you can see right through it the whole time.
Makes me want to go to Mexico, find me a nice Hispanic woman, settle down.
Yeah, you need to find yourself a new woman, James. We know that.
I love me. A
woman would be a great start. A woman would be a great start. No troons. No troons.
Yeah, keep that
missed out the whole thing about the Furby. You missed out about the whole thing. So I had to, I don't ban anybody on this channel, Wally. Did you know that?
Yep, I know. Till today?
Huh?
Till today?
Yeah. So the troon was on the other night, and we were having a really great discussion, and it was because Saturday. Well, you were here Saturday night.
Yeah.
And the troon came in, and it got really close to TOS. I don't know if you had left by then.
Yeah, I was not here for that.
Got really close to TOS, and literally I have a bot that literally every half hour says, if you get anywhere near TOS, you're gone. Like we're gonna time you out. Well, the troon did that, and so I had to. The Furby was just spurging out in chat. It was being really crude. I don't know. I mean, obviously, the medication was not working that day or whatever. It's obviously mentally disturbed. And I said, "Hey, don't do that." And then it just it spurred towards me, and while normally I don't really care, it's like no, So I had him timed out for a full day. It hasn't been back. Of course, I wasn't on yesterday, but the Furby's got to get its brain fixed because it's pinging hard.
I think there's only so much there's only so much we can do because medical science has only come so far with what we can do for Canadians.
Well, well, let's go to natural then. Why focus solely on medical?
Well, even under natural methods, James, there's still only so much we can do for a Canadian.
Well, I would disagree. I think we can fix Canadians.
Yeah, but they're Canadian. We can only fix them so much.
No. I think it's possible to fix them all the way. I don't.
Let me give you. If I were
nature.
Let me give you this. If I were a leftist, and I were arguing against this immigration thing, first of all, I would argue that because illegal immigrants have to use an American's Social Security card, that person receives tax benefits they didn't earn because the illegals are reporting their taxes under that Social Security number. Therefore, their Social Security benefits grow, and they may get a larger tax refund, or they could get audited, which would be kind of a wash. But still, I think that's fair to say.
Well, I think another thing is they're going to probably try to really hammer on the cost of all these operations, but ultimately,
I don't care about that part of the economics.
They're going to. I think they're going to try to hang their hat on on the numbers when really they can't prove it's going to be more expensive than letting the problem fester, and they didn't give a damn about the expenses being created when they were coming in.
So here's
now they really care about the cost of throwing them out. It's really funny.
Yeah, so I don't care anything about the economics of throwing them out versus keeping them here because the reality is that they're my tax dollars that are going to get spent anyway. So unless you want to talk to me about reducing my taxes, then it's irrelevant to me what they're spent on at this moment. Because you're stealing my money to go pay for something. And if you're not deporting illegals, you're gonna be putting them up in hotels in New York. So it's irrelevant to me what that money's spent on, because it's gonna get spent. So I don't even want to, I don't give a shit. You can argue all you want to. You can argue for 2 days about the economic plus and minus, and I just don't give a shit, because at the end of the day, the net to me is gonna be still I'm out fucking money. Right? I don't give a shit.
That's how it is. It's like with a lot of government spending is whatever you do differently, you're going to end up with a wash anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It was just I defeated the death penalty argument with because your economics. I don't care about the economics. My tax dollars are going to be misspent no matter what. So whether it's spent on keeping them alive or keeping them dead is it's the same to me either way economically. So let's talk about the policy and just ignore that.
See, if I was actually going to try to argue for a leftist on this, I would almost be tempted to say that it might be very strategic if you're a leftist to take the position of, you know what, if we just let them fix this problem, we never have to campaign about it ever again.
Yeah.
And we take it off the table. They should want us to resolve the immigration issue because it's not popular on polls. They lose on it in elections every time.
I literally have a Mexican in my chat helping me argue about deporting Mexicans. Against the empathy argument, I would use the unrestricted human trafficking that has been going on, as well as what about the empathy for your fellow Americans? Yes. Arakar Oak. I hope I'm saying that right. That is fucking awesome. What about the suffering of the Mexicans? What about the suffering of those poor Mexicans that have to deal with the
It's kind of interesting that you have all of these these leftists who wanted the America First agenda of Trump to end when Biden came in, and they were just gushing when Biden was going to the EU speeches and saying shit like America is back. No, you're back. You brought us back to be everyone's bitch. We know exactly what you're doing.
Exactly.
And it's very interesting that these are the same people who want us to solve the world's problems by being really injected into the world stage, and yet they want a culture of migration where no other country has to solve their own damn problem.
Fuck. Now on the cost side, welfare is estimated that 59% of the households on welfare are headed by illegal immigrants. 60%. That's a lot. That's a lot, bruv. That's a lot. All right. Public schools. Some estimate that children of illegal immigrants cost public schools $68.1 billion of their $800 billion budget. That's 10%-ish. Housing. Some argue that immigration contributes to a housing cost increase. That's absolutely true. In most places, the illegals will buy the low-cost housing and rentals. Thus, the people who actually live in the area are forced to pay more for housing because they can't get it. $2 from Keep On Truckin'. If Furby is Spurgin, tell it to watch Blazing Saddles. That's fucking right, doggy. Make that shit happen. We ought to make that shit happen, actually. On the plus side, in 2022 alone, undocumented immigrant households paid $46.8 billion in federal taxes and $29.3 billion in state and local taxes. After taxes, they were left with a $256.8 billion in spending power, money that could be spent in local communities. And we do know that despite the old adage of, well, they just send all their money back to Mexico, most Mexicans, Haitians, and all those people are not sending money any fucking where. Galere, 1%er, comes in with $5. Grid, look up the debate on the 14th when it was ratified. The author even said it wasn't for aliens to come here and have kids. Yes, that is correct, sir. That is why I always say, I lead off with, Trump is not changing anything. He's simply clarifying, for the record, the actual purpose of the law or the amendment.
Yeah, all it was ever establishing was like, yeah, if you have come here, you've immigrated, you've become a citizen, of course your children are de facto citizens.
Yeah. Yeah, anchor babies are not a thing. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to go. I am so far over time. I'm going to get yelled at. That's okay. I'm used to it. It's all right. Besides that, there's only like
what we do.
People in the world that can really yell at me. And my wife is top of that list. So at any rate, guys, it's been great. The debate will happen tonight. I'm not really sure when I'm going to log on because I may have to take my son to Scouts tonight. If I do, I'm going to be late. Hopefully, I will be on about 6:30 to 7. The debate should start at 7. Whether or not the actual topic starts at 7 is up in the air because everybody fucks off up on that panel. Wally, you're welcome to come in and talk shit in the chat. Matter of fact, you're welcome to come in, and I will put you up while I'm over on the debate, and you can talk shit.
I'll be on the clock tonight, but it's a Monday, so I'm on the clock tonight. But I'll be listening in, and I'll pop in. I pop in the chat when I can once I got the nightly paper pushing done. As far as getting yelled at, getting potentially yelled at, Grid, I'll share with everybody my perspective on that possibility as a man. I learned a long time ago to just say to myself, I've been yelled at before, probably will be again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. My wife actually doesn't yell at me, but she will 100% let me know that she's unhappy about things. So first thing, Mr. You're in your state. ICE went to kids' school, take the kids out, waiting for the parents, and bust them gone last week. That is awesome.
The governor is getting arrested, possibly.
Yeah, that is awesome, bro. Tiki Tack comes in with, this is going to be an easy fight. Yeah, I think so too, bruv. Tiki Tack will be joining me on panel tonight. We are not helping each other, as far as I know. We are on the same side, though. Tiki Tack, if you get a minute, I really need a ratioed animated loop to where it just says like ratio or something like that. I don't know. So we can, when we put these people against the wall, they know what's happening. If you haven't seen The Boiling Frog, it looks like the frog may not have been invited tonight after last week's Boiling Frog.
I mean, Grid, if you really want to slam dunk these leftists and in this panel argument, just tell them, if you don't think there's a danger in unregulated migration, look at what happens when all these streamers immigrate to Destiny's house.
No! That's a kill shot, ladies and gentlemen.
Or migrate to Destiny's house, I should say.
Tiki Tack, what we need for tonight is we need a Trump cartoon caricature boxing where every time he throws a punch, it says ratioed. That's what we need. I don't know if you can make it happen, brother, but if you can, that would just fucking work every single time.
Do it like the old Punch-Out game.
Yeah. Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Yeah, that's what we need. Ratio.
I'm thinking of the old Nintendo boss, King Hippo, where every time like the boxing trunks would fall down, and that's when you were supposed to punch him in his stomach.
Yeah, that's it. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. I know I went long. I will see you in a few hours. And until then, be cool, wear glasses if you need them, and get the fuck off my lawn. Also, I'm not sending anybody anywhere. Go wherever you want today.
Go. Yeah, I just answered your question. Can you tell me what epistemology means? epistemology is the study of the epistles. I mean, you can. I told me that a husband and wife is supposed to be the representation of God and the church. He said he's a husband. I asked him if he